Hello, 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 and greeting fellow adventurers of Vera. Welcome to the Golden Feather Tavern. We are Vertek and Chibi, keepers of this fine establishment. Today, the tavern has opened its doors and set its tables to welcome some fantastic and fun-loving members of the Ashes of Creation Unofficial CC community. Pull up a chair, grab a nice tankard of ale, mead, hot chocolate, or any other delicious beverage of choice, and join in today's discussion. Today is the 29th of June 2025, and again, this is TGF Tavern's Unofficial CC Summit number 2. We had one last year, we had one this year, we'll have one again next year, I guarantee. So today we'll be hearing questions from 6 different content creators in the Ashes of Creation community, some of which may be representing a channel, brand, guild, or community with multiple members. The day will be divided into 2 segments, well actually 3, more on that later, with a 15-minute intermission between each. During the first segment, 3 questions will be asked. These were presented and chosen by our guests from a list they provided. Once a guest presents their question, each other guest will take some time to give their opinions or facts on the matter. After all 3 questions have been answered by each person, we'll move on to a 10-minute open discussion on whichever was voted the most popular by our guests. Yeah, we're gonna have our own little poll going on in the side as we're chatting. Whichever generates the most chat, we'll do that. You may also notice here soon we're going to have a channel point redeem called Submit a Question. And this is where you, the viewers, can become directly involved in... What's that?
It's already open.
Oh, okay. I've got to turn that on already. See? Look at that. Believe it or not, I am not flawless. So you see a channel point redeem called Submit a Question. This is where you, the viewers, can become directly involved in today's topics. Don't worry, our trusty barback will remind you about it from time to time. Click that redeem, add your question, and we'll include it on poll. Oops. This poll will be sent out later in the stream, and you can decide which question you would like to hear our guest discuss. The discussion of a viewer-chosen question will start at the number 1 rated question and work our way down the list as each discussion is exhausted. This will continue for about a 20-minute block of time. You can change your vote at any time before this deeper discussion begins, so don't be shy. Vote early and vote often. After that, we'll take a 15-minute break, stretch our legs, refill waters, grab some mead and or snacks. This will be around 3:30 or so Eastern. And the second segment will mirror the first in every way, so be ready to submit some new questions. Those not chosen in the first segment will be moved on to the voting round of the second segment. After that, we'll close out with a 15-minute intermission. Well, a guest will depart in the first section for sure. There gonna possibly be another guest or 2 departing in the second section, and then we'll move on to a bonus bit. Please keep in mind, due to time constraints, we may not be interacting as much verbally, and by we I mean any of us really. But we will be interacting with you folks in chat, so please feel free to engage, but understand our responses may be mostly in text because we want to be respectful of everybody's time and voice by not talking over each other or interrupting anyone. So, Chibi, what do we have on tap next?
We have, sorry. We have our first part of the event. I don't know where I am in this because I was listening for so long. Sorry. I want to add real quick while I find my place in all of these notes. We are going to be adding options for YouTube to, also be able to redeem questions. It's just we didn't have the time to implement it today, so I apologize, YouTube crew. Y'all will not be able to answer or submit your questions. I will try and submit them on behalf of you guys this time around. So yes. Now I think we should go ahead and introduce our guests now that we've introduced ourselves. And yeah, so we'll kick it off in alphabetical order, starting with Burns.
Hey guys, I'm Burns. I run the Copium Clinic. Almost been going for 2 years now, almost. Just dwarfed by the absolute monolith that is the Golden Feather. Been running for, how long have you guys been going for?
Since 2019.
End
of
as
2018, technically.
Yeah, 2018 altogether, yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that stuff before. Yeah. Anyways. So, Copium Clinic, and yeah, happy to be here. Got a bunch of other great creators too. So yeah, it's me, Burns.
Burns.
I guess I'm next in the line. Hi, I'm Lloyd or Lloyd. I've been playing the game for like since Alpha 1. I've been a longtime follower. Make YouTube videos here and there, do some streaming. Definitely a rogue main. Played Ranger and Fighter as well. I've been following the scene for a while, and I watch pretty much every dev live stream forever. So I am a fountain of knowledge.
Mm-hmm. And Pawkets.
All right, I'm Pawkets. I go by Pawkets Art in most of my channels and stuff, just because Pawkets was taken. Makes it easier. I'm a real life crafter. I like to build things out of foam, and I also like to play video games. And so usually the things that I craft in real life come from the video games that I have the most passion for. Right now, that is Ashes of Creation by far, and I look forward to continuing that.
Hey guys, my name is Peon. I'm your dedicated YouTube and Twitch content creator. I've been doing it for about a year and a half now, not nearly as long as any of these guys have been doing it. The end here is just more about helping out new players and old players alike and answering any questions you might have Ashes related. So stop in sometime and say hi.
Hello everyone, I am Thoghli Ramhart, guild leader and High Thane of Dunehold. I stand here as a proud representative of my kin, bound by oaths forged in unity, and may this gathering know strength, honor, and spirit of friendship.
Love it.
Okay.
And Yokai.
Hey, Yokai, your local VTuber here. I stream over the Yokai Theater. I also do YouTube, not as much as I should be doing. I do random things like the Flag for PvP, like the Ashes of Creation Jeopardy. I've been doing the Ashes of Creation discussion round for about 8 years now. I'm one of the original PI members. I've been around for a while now, so I've worked with a few of the people here. Newly a member of Polar, but yeah. Thanks for having me.
Oh my gosh, I just realized we had 2 Polar in here. My goodness. What are we gonna do?
Oh no,
Duffels.
burn those.
Thank you, Duffels.
Or on top.
Panel of really great really great guests here that'll.
To be fair, when we reached out, I believe a Yokai was still in a different guild.
Indius, yes. Well,
Yes.
at that time it was GG.
That's what I thought. I couldn't remember which of those two, but yeah. It was
stop
accidental, but it worked.
It's funny.
So now that we've gotten to know all of our wonderful guests, I have our first question, and thank you so much to Nithram for the support. Huzzah to everyone.
Oh,
Thank you.
Cheers.
Indeed. Cheers to that.
What is the hardest part of making content for Ashes or a game being developed? We'll start with Burns.
So it's because it takes a while to make a video. If you're putting in a lot of effort, there's editing, script writing, editing, yada yada yada. By the time you're done, sometimes that information can already be out of date, and that is tough. So it has to be quick. You got to be quick, but also you want to make sure that you're very accurate. So it's a bit of a catch-22 sometimes.
Wait.
Yeah, pretty much what he said. I think Ashes of Creation is a very it's a very dedicated game. You are going to be spending a lot of time in the game. There's going to be a lot of downtime, and there's like a lot of moments where you have like funny clips and stuff, but then you have to go search through 14 hours of stream footage and recording and then break that down into a digestible thing, or you have to break down a system, and these systems can get quite complicated for like the new viewer, and even for like the more advanced viewer, like if you or like player, you have to go really deep in depth in a lot of these things. So it takes a lot of time and effort, and with things constantly changing, it is very, very difficult where they can, not exist anymore. So the thing that you've been working on for 14 hours now is just outdated. So yeah, I definitely agree. That's probably the hardest part. And video editing takes a lot of time that the game doesn't really give you.
Pawkets?
I actually had the changing of information as mine as well. Now, it's a little bit different for people that are putting out YouTube contents and stuff like that. I'm actually, like, what I had done initially with Ashes of Creation is I went through all their old information, looked at different files of weapons and such like that, and I was like, what do I want to make? What do I think looks cool? What do I want to make? Some of the stuff I made, I have no idea what it's even for. But when it goes to like the streaming aspect of things, I don't know. Like, I have a lot of information. I have a lot of things that I know about the game. And even that stuff that I know is not actually what everybody, the viewer that comes in doesn't actually know that information either. And so I give them the information as best as what I have with what I have and what I know. But then that's also able to change. Like, we just lost cities in this last live stream, and so like all the information that I had has now changed, and so like it's trying to find that medium ground, because it is an ever-changing world, and we're just trying to do the best we can to give out the best information that we can.
Absolutely. Keeping up with the ebbs and flows of the game development itself, as they switch through, as they change things, like Pocket said, getting rid of the city, trying to keep a tab on how the community's feeling. Are they happy with the current state of development? Are they feeling bummed out? If so, why? Just trying to get good, feel the vibes from the community, see how everything's going. But yeah, it's a long development process, and just trying to stay up to date with everything, like Pockets and everyone else has said, is pretty key. We're always watching every little bit of input that they have.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the hardest part of making content for Ashes is having to be reactive, and you're not able to really plan anything as far as the content that you want to make for the next, week or two. So you're kind of a little bit of a slave to the updates and to the wiki, and trying to make sure that you're always up to date with the most recent thing. So it's not necessarily hard. It makes it to where you feel like you're restrained a little bit on the content you can make.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what the on-screen celebration does. I'm sorry. I don't think we have it on. But by the way, Vertec, I'm just asking, are you going to be putting these questions up on screen for everybody? Because if not, I can just pin them in the chat.
I can get that. Bear with me.
Okay. No worries. In the meantime, thank you guys so much for helping us with our hype train. Huzzah. And we will be moving on to the creators' questions, and they will be asked by the creator that asked the question. And I want to remind you, this is a great time for you to go into the channel points and redeem Ask a Question, or Submit a Question rather. That will automatically go to my notepad, and I will be able to copy and paste them during the next segment for you guys to vote on while they're in their open discussion part. So without further ado, Burns, can you lead us up with your question?
Yeah, I was wondering, sorry, we skipped Yokai in the last segment. Do you mind
did
if
we? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do I go? Or do you want to go ahead and do it?
Yeah, just please go right after each other once you've realized the other person's done.
Okay. I think that everyone else was correct on what they said with the fact that, like, it's the ebb and flow. If you were an older content creator, it was what's new, because it was a bit, it was very sparse on what the information was. Now that we have the Alpha 2, like everyone said, you're subject to what the newest updates are. But if you're a theory, to change what everyone said, or expand on it, if you're a theory crafter, if you're a lore person, I would probably say it's what is still relevant because there's a lot of older information out there that we're asking ourselves, like, is this still a thing? Is this not still a thing? Is this still being developed? Is it no longer being supported? Kind of thing. So I would say that knowing what is still there and what's not is another big factor. I should repeat myself like 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
No, I agree. Okay, I'll get to my question. So, after all these years, what keeps your fire burning to create Ash's content?
Do the question answer first or last?
Sorry, give me a second. Let me check. I think it said who answers first.
Yeah,
I think you go ahead
Burns,
and answer your own question,
Mhm.
and then
I
you
gotta
pass it
answer
to
my
the
own
next
question
person.
first? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure. So I think there's been a lot of negativity in the community lately. I'm sure you guys have noticed. Even some people have made stuff for a while. There seems to be this ebb and flow of Doomium versus Hopium. It just kind of goes back and forth, and it's kind of interesting to see. I think having a long-term perspective on this and not being a total degenerate, I think really gives you an understanding of how Intrepid actually is doing something special. We're seeing things that other games have tried and failed at. I think Intrepid is going about things the right way. And the way that Intrepid is doing this and their game design is what inspires me to make content. And I wouldn't be a YouTuber if it weren't for Ashes of Creation. That's not something I'm interested in. I got a good enough life, but I'm interested in providing any support that I can for Intrepid, because I think what they're trying to do, they're going about it the right way, and I like what they're trying to do.
Great.
Yeah. I kind of want to jump and kind of like expand on that. Like, I do believe that the game development process is a long process, because it just takes me back to like my IT job where things move slower than you actually think. And I think us as gamers, we really want like a lot of updates and stuff, but that's not necessarily how projects work in a business. So I think people are just kind of used to just content after content after content, and so they get kind of like anxious about it, and that's just not how development works. But to answer the question, what keeps my fire burning to create Ash's content is 100%. I think the end goal of the game is probably going to be the most immersive and fun game that you can put yourself into, and I'm like dedicated to create that environment and to, you know, be a part of that from birth into launch. And then hopefully 5, 10, 15 years down, the game can still exist. It's just making sure that the company has the feedback and everything that they desire. I think this could be a very good long-term game that everyone can love. Obviously it's an alpha right now. It's a little, you know, we've all experienced the 2.5 experience, but we'll get there. That's my thought process.
Yeah.
What keeps my fire burning, honestly, is Intrepid themselves. I have seen more from this singular game developer than I have ever. Like, I've played games for years. I've been playing games for 25, 30 years at this point. And I have never had the connection. And I don't have like a large connection or anything to them, but like the way that they listen to their community, the way that they listen to feedback and they respond to it is really, really impressive to me. I am like kind of what Yokai said. I am a theory crafter. I like to guess what, like I like to figure out what the game's going to be before it comes out. And it was so fun to me that based on the stuff that I had kind of went over, I deep dived before Alpha 2 came out. once I got in the game, I was like, oh, hey, I called that. Oh, I called that one too. Oh, I was so right on that. Okay, I messed up on that one. I didn't have it. I really like the experience, and like I think that this will be the game that I play for 10 plus years. I just need it to come out, but even until it comes out, I'm still excited, and they got me at every single turn so far. So
Yeah.
With me, as you can tell, I'm not only the sexiest content creator here, I'm also the oldest, most likely. So, the OG of the gaming world, I've started, I think I was 8 years old when the Atari 2600 came out. So I've got to experience the whole gaming generation. And with that, I've got to experience the good and the bad. Things like Ultima Online's and the passion that the developers had, the EverQuest, the Dark Age of Camelot. And right around, I'd say, Warhammer Online and stuff, when the companies like EA started to jump in and get a hold of things, we really started to see a shift. And the whole MMO genre and gaming in general just started to go downhill. And it's the last 20 years, other than World of Warcraft with the exception, there have not been many great games or innovations in the gaming world. So when I saw Steven come across, and with his passion, that's the man that fires me up. Seeing how he feels and how he's directly been affected by the MMO world in the past, and seeing it with his own eyes what they've done and not wanting to take that same direction. That's what inspired me to make a YouTube channel. Otherwise, same as Dr. Burns, would never have done it. But I just really want to share my passion like he does in my own creative way that I do. And that's it.
Awesome.
So I'm going to be honest, everyone. You're talking about a fire, burning. My fire has not even been stoked, okay? I have been waiting so long to get to the point where we can represent as dwarves in our dwarven area to the fullest extent. And that in itself, I've been at a low simmer for over 5 years, just waiting for the moment that we can march through the mountains and express how much gratitude we are to be back at home. It's just now, with the recent update that they have, has my fire actually started to rise with the kind of content that we're going to have. And that is what has me excited, because we're going to provide a in-depth view of how dwarves are going to be able to do their dwarven things and their home. So it's just now starting to rise in its flames, so I'm just stoked. I'm extremely stoked. I don't think that anyone can really simmer these fires whatsoever. I'm going to be a flame to move forward, really. So
I've been here probably the longest, and I've been here for the rise and fall of plenty of great content creators that we've known throughout the years, and I think you should be critical in the game. I vocalize for everyone to be critical and not white knight things. In terms of being like the fire, having that fire in me and keeping it alive for all these years since the Kickstarter and stuff like that. I agree with Pawkets a little bit. It's just it's hearing the developers, like when you get a call with Steven, like back in the day when he would get a call with, just hearing his passion when it comes to the project, and he's listening to the devs, talking to Plandor, talking to Jacob, talking to the other developers and stuff like that. When you actually get a chance to do that, it's a magical experience. When you like, I would love to hear more of the lore when they're doing the D&D live streams, and like I would love them to do that more regularly. When stuff like that happens, it really does engage me. Keeping that fire in me, it isn't the same fire that it was, but it's still there. It's what keeps it alive is being part of the experience, being part of the development process, and I've just really enjoyed that, and I think that's what's been kept me going.
Awesome. Actually, I believe the next question is by the one and only Yokai. So if you could go ahead and ask your question and then answer it for yourself, and then we'll pick up with Burns.
Gladly. I think this is very similar to like to Burns' question to a degree, so it branches off of that. As creators deeply embedded in both the hype and criticism surrounding Ashes, do you think the community is too focused on features they want rather than what the game needs to succeed at launch? And how do we as influencers balance expectations with reality while still advocating for change? Like I said previously just now, I'm very, very advocate for criticism. I don't condone just complete shitting on the game, but I do think that when we come at it, like, criticize, like, try to improve the game as much as possible. I try to make it as the best version it can be, within realistic expectations. I just try to come at it with a critical eye when I give feedback and stuff like that. Not to try to be too negative or too like, this is perfect. This is like, I don't like to use the words perfect and things like that. I think that that doesn't promote growth. That doesn't give the developers the right kind of like connotation. But like, still compliment the developers on their work and stuff like that. That's kind of where I go with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've thought a little bit recently about what our responsibility as creators is. Like, what's the purpose? What purpose do we serve? Why even make content? And I think truth is important. I remember a while ago when Asmongold talked about Ashes of Creation's monetization, right? And he's like, oh, well, they could just make alpha free and then everyone could just test, but they don't want to do that. And it's like, okay, there are years of people ahead of you who have already spent hundreds of dollars buying into this, and then all of a sudden you're going to give it to people for free. That doesn't really equate. So I think pushing back against some of the misconceptions that get put out there by other creators. And then also, like what Yokai was saying, not being a white knight, but then also not going full doomium. Like, if something sucks, yeah, you can say it sucks, but stick to the facts, right? Don't try to editorialize too much one way or the other. Oh no, everything's fine, it's perfect, nothing needs to change, or oh, this is the worst ever, I'm a degenerate, this is gonna fail, the desert's not real, kind of thing. So sticking to truth, I think is important, and that will keep you going from too far one way or the other as a content creator.
Yeah, I definitely think the Doomium versus Hopium thing is just a really fun thing. It just reminds me, like, it's like our own little zone of influence here in Ashes of Creation, where we just we can either be on the Hopium or the Doomium side, and you're never in between, you know. So like, that gets memed on a lot. I think the best thing that we can do as content creators is literally what some of you think is the hardest part, which is staying updated with what Intrepid is like planning, and kind of taking that, digesting it, saying I like this or don't like this for X amount of reason. I know this is the intended goal. I want this to be changed this way for this reason, while keeping their overall goal in mind. And honestly, that's hard, because obviously there's a lot of bias that's involved in that. There's a lot of different ways that you can build an MMO and in an immersive world. So like, I think there's going to be people that are like way off the mark on their feedback, and I don't think they should be like overly criticized for that, because that's just like how they want to play a game. So like, you can't really, you know, hate on anyone for having an opinion, right? But yeah, I think the reality that you have to base in is, what is the game that Intrepid is trying to make, and how can I do my thing within this game, and how can I represent that realistically? I think that's extremely hard to do. I don't think that's easy at all. But that is kind of us as a community, us as content creators. We're supposed to be that bridge in between what it is trying to be and what we want it to be.
I'm so glad that Yapper got the first spell. Just saying. I would like to say that, like, the evidence-based criticism that the doctor was talking about, like, I fully agree with that. I come from, like, when I do stuff, I like to, like, break it down. I like to look at, okay, what is this? What is this? What does that mean? This shows this, that means that, right? And so, like, being realistic about what we see from Intrepid as opposed to what I've seen from other companies. And I am not one to really get on that you know, be careful with copium because it's highly addictive, right? I'm not one to really like that. I want to see what it is I'm looking at. Now, I have been called a white knight before. However, when I talk about this game, the reason why I am so excited about it and the reason why I have such an outlook on it is because it's compared to what I've seen from other companies that I've played. And one thing that I look at, like, yes, the system that's in right now may not be a fun system as it is, but oh no, hold on. You guys still hear
Pawkets
me?
is joining us from a portal, so his portal might mess up a little bit.
Yeah, we can still hear and see you.
Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, all right. What is the responsibility of the developer to give to us as the players or the testers? And what is our job as the testers or even content creators to create that content that we've been given by the systems that they handed to us? I've always been asking for a non-spoon-fed game. And so I am really looking forward to a game where I can actually create what it is I want to do within the game. And I think that they've already given us so many systems to be able to do that.
Yeah.
For me, you know, with the YouTube that I do and also the Twitch, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. And I've never been called a white knight, but I, you know, probably would be closer to that than a doomer for sure. I don't get much into the doomium. If you see me putting up some doomium, it's a scam, which it's obviously not, or something negative, that means I'm really pissed off. Okay, you're not going to usually see that very much. I tried to balance my own expectations of what I've seen work in other games over all these years. And smartly, Steven has been taking a lot of those mechanics from other games because that's what good MMOs do. They take shit that they take stuff that works from other games and then they put it in theirs. So what they have to be careful about, and we as content creators have to, you know, keep an eye on, is the community trying to put their 2 cents in, changing what Intrepid's vision for the actual game is. So we don't want Intrepid has their pillars and they're going to stay, like the corruption system. Basically, he said that it's tuned for alpha and it's going to stay that way because he knows that we're all murder hobos at heart during an alpha, and he doesn't want that to happen. So there's going to be some things that are going to change, some things that are not. You just got to try to stay positive. They have ideas, let it cook, let them get it out, see what happens. From that point, then we can move on and start putting our criticism if we feel that it's negative for the longevity of the game.
I kind of agree with you, but the way you frame this question, Yokai, is pretty interesting to me. The thing I'm taking from it is, you know, how do we kind of balance the expectation and reality? I mean, reality is Intrepid's going to do what they want with the game. They're going to make it how they want to. And the only expectation that we should have currently, in my humble opinion, is that we're testers. We're here to help support them get the data that they need. And, you know, any change that's going to happen, yeah, we can advocate it in the correct areas, such as the forums and the places that they have that for us to do. Outside of that, you know, having informed change is hard, especially I'm looking at it from Intrepid's point of view. You know, trying to make everyone happy, they've already said that they're not going to do that. You know, this game is not for everyone. So we got to really hone in on who is this game made for, you know, and the Intrepid team and studio being transparent with that and making sure that they're hitting the marks that they have. And we as content creators are here to just help them give the public what they're trying to focus on, and any updates that they have, we try and help them get that to the public eye. I myself am a very, very low expectation kind of individual whenever it comes to any testing that happens, because to be honest, the end product that we're going to have, the features that we're going to have, it's not feature complete right now, and it's not going to be feature complete until later on. So why are we thinking about that? You know, enjoy the ride, enjoy the testing, and know that we have this unique opportunity to be here side by side with the studio, who's being way more transparent than anyone has ever before. So,
yeah. Real quick before we get to Peon's question, because Peon, you are next. I just want to remind you there are a redeem at the bottom. It's called Submit a Question. I might be able to get one or two in on behalf of you guys, but you would help us a lot if you just use that. It automates everything for us. So thank you so much. And they're pretty low, so even just following should allow you to ask one or two questions. With that, Peon, take us away.
Okay. This question is, and I'll give some context to these games just in case you haven't played them. But the question is, would you like to see a system similar to Dark Age of Camelot's Realm Ranks, or some honor point system from maybe Arc Age introduced into Ashes of Creation? Something that rewards players with ranks, titles, and other meaningful progression for their PvP efforts. Now, being that it's not just a PvP game, that it is a PvX game, there could certainly be stuff, maybe skills available for people who are crafters and gatherers and stuff like that too. That's all, could certainly be in there. But basically the way Dark Age of Camelot worked was as a realm rank system, and from 1 to 10 literally could take 2 years to obtain those points. You got to give the mouse some cheese to chase. Keep the longevity of the game going. There needs to be something for the players to get out and do and want to do every day. So you would go out in your castle battles, say you're defending your node, you're having a guild war or something like that. If you kill a player or you're part of a kill, you get some realm points. Okay, that would go towards a realm rank. Then you would go ahead and get some like +3 stat points when you attained a level. Eventually, you might get high enough to obtain a skill called Purge, which is basically like a CC remover. So you'd get certain abilities like that, which they can be creative to. Again, I wouldn't expect this system to come in till after launch, something speculative, but that's basically how it broke down. I really feel like players need to have something to chase to keep the game going. I don't think PvE dungeons or just going out in PvP or arenas is enough. That's just me personally. Even honor points could grant you enchanting items, stuff like that to help out with enchanting once they get that fixed. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that.
All right, Tughli.
Well, I'm gonna be honest here. Dark Age and Camelot I played, it was okay. Arc Age and their honor points, all right, I see where you're going with this, but rewards with ranks, titles, and other like PvP efforts, I kind of go back and think, okay, what is that? That is personal clout. That is something that I have that no one else has, and that's a very PvP focused endeavor, right? I don't know exactly where that fits into Ashes of Creation, because they're expressing this to be a PvX game. Are we going to have really hard PvP things that are only for PvPers? And if we are, what's that going to look like? Like how far are Intrepid and team going to go into that? Because then you got to look at it as, if they're going to go that far into PvP, well, are they going to do the same thing for PvE? What's the balancing act going to be? So I don't really have an answer, but I'm excited to see what Intrepid's going to do with these systems.
You okay?
Going. I thought Burns was the first one. Okay, I thought we were skipping a line. Okay. So I think my answer kind of goes back to that, like just that tenure kind of thing. Like what Intrepid said in the past. I've played Dark Age Camelot. I've played Arc Age. I'm for the honor system. I actually promote. One of the things that I give feedback on is I don't personally like how the capes currently work with the nodes, where they're each individually like unique. I think that takes away from players being building connection to the node. I think that a system similar to how Arcade does their prestige points for the guild, where you build up that, have it to where like a cape from the node is like a base cape, and then you can buy upgrade materials and build that into the stats that you want. I'd be up for that. Honor system like what's an Arcade, I'm for that. A ranking kind of thing. What they've said in the past is that, hey, when you go into a dungeon, if you're the first person to clear that dungeon, your name's gonna be, your name or your group or your guild's gonna be on a plaque that says, hey, you're the first person to clear this dungeon, or like you have this kind of time on this dungeon. It also God, I'm drawing a blank now. Yeah, they've mentioned systems like this and similar in the past that I'm totally for and would love to see if they end up doing it. Similar to like the economy system, where you can invest in guilds that have done well or like done well in PvE or PvE, and based on the stocks of that guild, you can kind of invest, you can kind of like turn in those stocks and stuff like that. I would love to see systems like that. I also have like an idea for a fantasy gamer league where you can pick the players that are doing well on the server and kind of build a fantasy kind of team based off that.
There.
I like the idea of what you're talking about, Peon. I think zooming out a little bit, I think it goes down to meaning. What do you want to do in the game that provides meaning for players? And I think there are a lot of people, and I know a lot of people that played Daok, that they found meaning in the large PvP and in those kinds of systems. New World, for example, my guild, New World I thought was a below average MMO, but my guild and we found meaning in competing at a high level in these large scale wars. That was fun to us. And doing the battlegrounds and arenas and stuff like that, I didn't feel like those were necessarily meaningful in and of themselves, but they were a way for me to sharpen my axe to get ready for what I felt really was meaningful and rewarding. Some people view other things as meaningful. So in phase 1, I just hit rocks all the time. I was just mining constantly because I was trying to figure out the harvesting system, and I wanted to see, like, if I collected X number of resources, how would that benefit me? What it would actually take to outfit my friends too. And so there is going to be a leaderboard system where if you gather the most of one type of material, in the past, they have said there will be a leaderboard for that. So I know a lot of people find meaning in leaderboards, but what I'm excited for is that one of the reasons I like Ashes is because there are meaningful, large-scale PvP engagements, node sieges, castle sieges. Both of those have consequence. They have real-world, in-game consequence. So yeah, that's probably how I'm going to find meaning, and I think they are baking that in a lot of the game designs.
This is a question that I have thought about a lot. So to kind of go down the list on everything. So first of all, yes, I think so. They need to have like a lot of these because it drives people to want to do content. I think there should be battleground cosmetics, ranks, titles. I think that should be for like PvP battlegrounds. I think they should like have like node sieges that you've participated in, node wars, guild wars that you've participated in and won. And I mean, like, you need to balance that around like people trying to grief the system, obviously, but then there's also like I think seasonal realms would be pretty cool too for people that want to do server firsts and kind of try to get their server first firebrand. Leaderboards was something that they've already planned, which is like actually insane because that was the one thing in Tibia that I loved the most, is like, oh, I have the most distance fighting in the entire server. Like, and now people just know my name. And so there's a lot of these things. I think there should be like corruption bounty hunters, and then there should be like people that are the most corrupted, which end up affecting the bounty hunter system. I think just a lot of different PvE, like for housing, if you want to put stuff that you got from Firebrand into your house, or from Tumok into your house, I think you should be able to go in and show these things to other players. I think that's the best.
Cut his mic, GB.
Cut.
I'm unsure about Dark Age of Camelot, but I've played a ton of WoW, and I'm a big fan of the title system within WoW. I pushed rank on multiple different characters, multiple different expansion. Well, I guess it was vanilla, and then it was classic. But I hit rank 11 and rank 12, and I remember when I was doing this. In WoW, you actually had different armor sets based on the rank that you got. And the reason for pushing that rank was that armor set that you got. And then you would be identified by what you were wearing. So once you got into a battleground, you would either have the shitter rank gear, or you would have the like legendary rank stuff. And so it wasn't so much just about the title, but you also got the gear. And so I don't mind that. I would like systems. I would like titles. I actually said that I would really like the title of the verbose. So we can give it to Ludaloo. He can earn that title, and he can like have it on his character and stuff like that. But I want, like, beyond it being like for PvPers, the reason why I would want this more is because I really, really want players who enjoy their specific loops to dabble into loops that they are not comfortable with, dabble into loops that they don't necessarily like. And so, like, even the PvEer who does not like to PvP, once they hit that, like, man, I've been helping my guild out enough that doing these wars and things like that, like, and it'd be honorable kills in WoW as the correlation, not actually kills themselves, but like the effort that they put in, I would like to see them be able to dabble into these systems and be able to see a reward from that system as well. And so it's not so much for me, like, in this system is for PvPers, not at all. It's about those who don't necessarily do PvP that would like to do that. Oh, I'm third. Okay. All right. But that's what I would like to say.
All right. In all honesty, I'm not being too harsh on this. After all, you guys see there's still 3 minutes on the clock. You guys did pretty well with being succinct on this. I do want to let you guys know I am closing the options for you to ask a question. And I will be starting to work on the straw poll, but now we are going into the open discussion part of this. So guests, feel free to choose either any of the questions that you have already answered that you would like to go further in on, and or if there's something that's burning on your mind, I'm sure you can discuss that as well. As if you all agree, just my only request, please don't use any of the section 2 questions, because we'll get into that next.
We can let Pawkets finish his remainder, right?
If you wanna, it's up to you.
Did you want to use the last third bit of your thing, Pawkets?
Oh no, I was done. I just wanted to try and dodge that villain. I wasn't paying attention. So.
I think that
So wait, what is this? Wait, what's the discussion we're doing right now?
So it's
you guys
open
can
discussion
choose
on the last 3.
Yeah, it's an open discussion. You guys can offer up a question that you guys want to elaborate on, and if you all agree, go for it. Just be mindful of each other, please, is all we ask.
Continuing off of what we just got done talking about, I think that it could be as simple as, hey, it has rankings. People love rankings. People love cosmetics, like you guys were just talking about. Like, smaller things to work for that aren't necessarily tied to power. I think people are fine with working on it. We're working towards. Well, it can be tied to PvP, can be tied to not to PvE, or econ in some way, shape, or form. This person has the most money on the server, or like has spent the most money on the server, kind of thing. You also have maybe a world exploration where you have like Makoko seats from Lost Ark, where like, hey, this person's gone around and gathered all these things and found all this stuff. There's plenty of ways to incentivize those different avenues of playing the game that I think would make anybody that plays any form of the game happy. I'm always a person of don't limit yourself to one avenue. As a PvP, I love PvP, but I also love raiding. Don't limit yourself to only one avenue of the game. Try to experience the whole game.
Yeah, I see Peon raising his finger. So
yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, I think a lot of these things can be like trophies in game that you can post on your house. You can have like in-game items that are like in there. You can have a lot of these things that can make the game more immersive and more like player driven and like, oh, I did this thing. And I think leaderboards can be like, even for bad things, like most amount of caravans killed, like people see you in the world and they're like, oh, that guy's killed a bunch of caravans, I should be careful around him in this area. And then like I mean, like some of this stuff you're gonna want to be less adverse to like giving players complete information on. I'm sure like you'll want some information for players to keep secret, so I think that's just a subjective point of view for Intrepid, but like as long as those exist, I think it's good.
Piggybacking off what those guys said, and Lloyd said something really interesting. You know, being a PvX game, and I didn't want people to think that I'm only thinking about PvP, because you know we have things that they're going to have for titles like being able to hopefully put like a signature on your crafted weapon that you make, or crafted armor, so people know how to find you, or some kind of achievements you can get through, you know, crafting, or you're running your tavern. You know, who has the most sales for running your tavern? There's all kinds of different avenues that people can do, but like Lloyd said, people need to. It'd be good in a PvX game for people just to get outside of their bubble. And if you're in a large group and you're, you know, there's a big Zerg, a PvEer might feel more comfortable running with that big Zerg, okay? And if they find out that they're getting some realm points or whatever, and that might just be enough to get them to keep coming back out the next time there's a Zerg and say, hey, I can get some, you know, a special ability for my crafting or my gathering or my PvP, whatever. So there's definitely incentive for that. And Lloyd, you had a great idea with the trophy system. I hope that they put in something like some kind of taxidermy where you can have the head of Firebrand and make it a trophy and put it on the front of your freehold. I think that would be awesome. That's all I got to say.
I mean, tons of games do it.
Mm-hmm.
No one wants to expand on that. Here's a question from chat. What is each streamer's favorite alcoholic drink?
I'm boring.
Man.
I don't drink.
What? You don't drink?
I'm a bad dwarf.
Oh my gosh. Free. As long as it's free.
Yeah, I'm a bartender,
Sorry,
so I do a bunch.
Real quick, I am fixing the questions. I apologize for that. So give me a second. I'll update the poll. Don't worry, you have access to edit your votes. So as soon as it changes, you will have that, and it should be saved. You're good to go. Go for it. Refresh if you need to. It should all be there. If it's not, then I think it's broken. Hold on.
Oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. Can I clear this? I'm just gonna manually do this. Sorry, guys. A little bit of a technical issue here.
Pawkets, what's your favorite drink?
Beer. I'm a beer guy. I don't like most other stuff, just beer.
You like craft beer?
The
You
ale.
like you like a favorite like beer you got? You try craft beer at all?
It's kind of in between. So I like both Guinness and I like the piss beer like Corona and Modelo. Like it's like it's kind of like it doesn't really matter.
There we go. Now it's
depends.
saved. Sorry.
I do
all good
like
now.
Guinness. I do like Guinness, and I had it for some reason. I had it in Germany, and it was far better in Germany. I don't know why.
We know
Yeah.
Thoghli likes his blood wine.
Fun fact: the
His
tavern
meal.
likes to make our own mead, and we're
Yep, yep,
trying to
yep,
get Thoghli to help us.
We are. I
And
also-
limoncello.
I am about it.
Just no PvP blood in the recipe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no thank you.
What?
Yep.
What about Ram's blood? Will that work?
It's PvE, so yeah, probably.
Exactly.
Peon, what about you? What's your favorite alcoholic beverage?
I'm kind of a lightweight. I don't drink very much. So when I'm not drinking a Coke Zero, the wife occasionally will bring me which some have experienced if watching me on Twitch, a mojito or a margarita or something like that.
I enjoy your streams whenever you drink those.
Thank you. I'll try to indulge you more.
Thoghli?
It literally free. I'll drink anything. Really.
My dwarf.
Oh, Lolly.
I like the espresso martinis, mojitos. Old fashioned is always a classic. Whiskey sours. I don't know. I bartended, so like I test a lot of drinks.
I also used to be a bartender. I also like to dabble in mixology when I'm like as a hobby. And just like Chivalry and Vertec, I also make mead here at the house. But I probably mead or more like an appletini.
Nice.
Okay. That's still opposite sides of the spectrum there.
Also, just to kind of expand on like the question that I posed earlier with the expectations things, I know that Steven will even say this himself, is like, as content creator, I believe he even said that during the latest live stream, he says that every live stream, they view us as like the kind of youth thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Gibbery, I didn't hear you.
I think you're muted.
Oh, I think she's muted.
You're muted, Gibbery.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was getting out of my dog. That's why you didn't hear me. Sorry. The poll is up. It does auto close, so just make sure you get that vote in.
It's not my fault.
It's not your fault. It's error. It's user error. Go for it.
Yeah, Steven says that it's our job as content creators to he has expectations for us to kind of manage expectations for the community and stuff like that. I think that he definitely enjoys. Yeah, he says he takes a lot of time to watch a lot of the content creators and stuff like that. He supported a lot of them in the past.
Yeah, I mean, like he's hopped into like a few of like the polar PvP tournaments that I've been casting. I like Intrepid's helped with like a couple of like those in-game events for multiple people. I think it's really cool. I think a lot of people should do more events and do the there's like a forum post on the Ashes of Creation forum that you can go onto and start creating events. So even if it's not like a PvP tourney, maybe it's a roleplay thing and you need like, or you want some help with that, you can always go onto the Ashes of Creation forums to, you know, do stuff like that. So I think getting that kind of information out, because that's not like posted anywhere from like Intrepid, right? So like getting that information out to other people so that they can, you know, create more events, make the game more lively. I think that's also part of our due diligence as content creators, where we may be more degenerate about like what Intrepid's doing than the average viewer.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, right? Like our role as content creators and expectations that Intrepid has. I don't know. I think that's going to be a fascinating ground to cover, because just think about other games that you've played before. Content creators, when you watch them, if you don't know who they are, you generally have to make an assessment. Okay, is this person trustworthy? Can I actually trust the things that they're saying? And if I feel like the person is trustworthy and they've been right over several videos, you know, For Strategy Gaming, I've watched his videos for, I mean, more than 10 years now, right? Because I know generally where he's coming from. I know he's trustworthy. He doesn't have some angle. So, man, I want to be a positive influence with Ashes, but at the same time, if like I'm dedicated to truth. Like I don't want to say things. I will never say things on my channel because that aren't true, because I'm not trying to necessarily, I'm not going after this as a to supplement my lifestyle or whatever. No, I'm doing this because it's a fun hobby. So I think it's interesting that Intrepid will have expectations of us. I'm interested to see more of what those end up being specifically, because there are some things I'm critical of, and some design decisions I'm not a big fan of. I'll always try to be professional about them. But if something is happening that's bad, and they say, hey, we need you to spin this good for us, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know if that's even going to happen. But I'm going to be fascinated to see.
To be fair, I want to say, create the content that you want to create. Like it doesn't. 100%. I don't think you should be limited by Intrepid at all. I think if you want to be authentic and be yourself, do that. You don't have to be that informative type. But I think in an alpha state, it helps to do that. But you obviously don't have to. It's your content. You do whatever you want.
To kind of go off of that, guys, I've literally been running up against an invisible wall, role playing that the elves are keeping us out. Okay, like you create the content that you want, and if folks enjoy it, they'll be there. Like there's so many things that you can do, and I know I have a little bit on my side because I'm a role player, and I'll just pull things out of my imagination and create content for you guys. But it's very much like you can do whatever you would like to, really. And content creators, the whole expectations from Intrepid Studio, I hope that with the content creator program they come out with, that's laid in somewhat of a stone situation. That way we're informed with what they are looking for.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I kind of like this because, and I within my own guild, within Suspect, I actually have Redbeard always keeping me humble. He, anytime I say anything about like content creator or streamer, he goes, yeah, but Pawkets not a streamer. Pawkets not a content creator. And so like, he's always keeping me humble on this, but like, I really have nothing better to do. Like this is all that I want to do. This is all that I enjoy. I have like no play on it or anything. Like I as Byrne says, I enjoy teaching. I enjoy building stuff and playing games that I want to play. And I've never really saw myself as a content creator. I'm very honored that Chibi invited me on. Anyways, but that being said, like there are people that when you ask them now in 2.5, do you suggest this game? I cannot in good faith tell you no, because I'm even in phase 2.5, I'm living my best life. I'm having a lot of fun. Now, it did take me Chibi giving me a quest and like sending me on a wild goose chase and me starting to look at the game in a different light to really understand this. But I'm like, yeah, like I would rather be playing this shit alpha game in 2.5 than anything else I have to play. I would like in its current state, I will play this game. I love this game. And so like, I can't tell somebody, no, you shouldn't buy, your $100 key or whatnot. Like in my opinion, I just can't do that. I don't know.
I agree with you. I would just try to be kind of real with it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Peon.
I just wanted to say the poll is closed. We do have our top 3 questions, and if we get past those for the next segment, we will add into those. I'm adding that to you guys right now in the Summit chat. But go ahead. Give them a little bit more time, Vertec, because I took some of theirs.
I was just gonna go off of what Pawkets was saying. As far as whether you should buy into the Alpha 2 or coming soon to be the Alpha 3 or whatever, I like to think of that as definitely a personal decision. It really depends on what type of player you are. So if you're coming into the Golden Feather Tavern wondering what this is and seeing it for the very first time about Ashes of Creation, it depends on what kind of player you are. If you're a competitive player by nature, you're going to want to come in to this game and experience it for the next year because it's such a massive game to learn everything there is about it. But if you're one of those people that gets frustrated by wipes or bugs or something like that, then no, this is not for you. Let it cook and wait. That being said, having 2 25s, working on another one right now in this phase alone, can't count the number of 25s I already had. I've had hours of countless fun. I'm literally chopping wood all the time when I'm not in the summit here. Chop, 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 working on my carpentry. There's always something to do. Mining stuff, working on a different craft. I've learned so much about what kind of professions that I think that I'm gonna like, and what kind of just gaming in archetype class that I'm gonna like. So if you like that kind of stuff, come try it out. If not, wait.
Yeah. All right. So if you guys are good, we have our first question, and congratulations, Thoghli. Your question won. Since it's your question, do you want to have the honor of asking it?
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Go for it.
I'm asking, do you see a future where roleplay content has a meaningful audience in Ashes? And how would you foster that? I know this is a little biased, I'm a role player, all right, and I lead a guild full of dwarves that are role players. So I look at it that I have a little bit of an upper hand. I feel like the one aspect that no one really talks about is the RP to an MMORPG. They still have the character sheets that are going to be in later on. They still have a lot of lore that's going to be happening. And so how is it that as content creators, you're going to explore that lore? You're going to explore what these characters are like, what these NPCs are like. And I feel like there is so much more that you could do to foster the interactions between players and characters in a storyline than people are doing currently. I'm doing it now with the Revis Order, and it's an amazing situation. So,
Right,
Do I go or do we start with Burns?
Yokai, you would go next. Yes.
Okay. I respect RPers inside of MMOs. I believe that they last longer in an MMO environment than PvPers or PvEers. They make their own content, so I fully respect that, like they'll stick with the game. Fostering them, I think that there's plenty of ways we can foster them. I don't like the idea of a storyline that makes the character the main character. I like the idea of like Ash's creation. They're doing world building. The world is the main character. You're telling the story of the world, and the player is just kind of like interacting with that. So I'm more in favor of that, and not a story that like is, hey, this character's doing this, or like I think that if they do what they want with the taverns and like character interactions and stuff like that, I think that does promote quite a bit of it has, in terms of game wise, more promotion for RP elements. But outside of just like having a full on RP server, it really depends on what people's level of RP. I think everyone likes a certain level of RP, even like PvP. People that say like, "Oh, I'm just a heavy PvPer." I think they still like a little bit of RP mixed in there. But yeah, everyone has their own level of it, and it's just how you want to interact with that level.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Burns?
As a quick reminder, real quick, just this section again. When it's a guest chosen question, they get to be the moderator. We had intended for this to be open discussion, but if you want to go round table, feel free. So Thoghli, this is up to you to manage the conversation.
Round table. Just round table. Okay. Keep going with the flow.
I think RP is a spectrum, right? Everyone is on the spectrum, though, because you're playing a medieval fantasy MMO where you change your character to the way you want to. So even if you say you are not a role player, you are absolutely. You might just be a redneck, right? You might just be a role player. That's 100%. So yeah. I also echo Yokai. I like our peers because they don't chew through the content and then say, "What? Where's the game? Huh? What? Why? The game sucks. Game's dead. Well, what are you doing?" No, they like make their own content and keep going that way. I think PvEers are the main culprits of chewing through content and then just quitting because they say there's not enough content. Zillan described them as locusts. I don't know if I would go that far, but I understand the sentiment. And yeah, so no, I would support RPers on whatever server I end up on, probably by defending them, and whatever guild attacks them or griefs them, I would probably want to I make it my personal mission to make those guys my enemies, which I've kind of already done.
Yeah. Well, I come from Grey Sentinels, which is like an RP guild, and I don't know, even in Polar where we're doing PvP and stuff, I think RP makes the world. It literally, like, it's something that you just do in the game, and you don't have to have like your own character storyline. I in Polar, we've gone to people's caravans and said, "Give me your shoes, or we'll kill your caravan." And we wait until somebody trades us their boots, and if they don't trade us their boots, then we kill their caravan. And let me tell you, we have collected many a boot, so it's been a pretty funny experience. You can just do this in game. You don't have to be like mean about it. Like, it could be a mercenary thing. It could be just you saying hi to them in the game, or starting dancing, or something, like some emotes. Like, you can come across this like casual RP in the game, and it kind of creates a fun environment for you and somebody else, unless you're taking their shoes. I understand you might be a little upset when you're shoeless walking back, but you know what? You have a safe caravan, and you made it to the next town, so it is what it is. I think it's pretty fun. I think it makes the world lively and can change your perspective on how much fun you're having in a game, especially in one that's like as immersive as Ashes of Creation is like meaning to be.
Yeah.
I fully go ahead, Pox.
Yeah, it's Pawkets.
So I was just gonna just skip this one because I'm not an RPer, but I had probably like in 2.5 had such an amazing time doing some RP, and like later on Thoghli actually invited me to do RP. I did not enjoy that near as much, but I ran an empty caravan through Lion's Hold, and I had one guy flag up defender, and then he was level 1, and I had another guy flag attacker, and I was like, fight him, you know. I started yelling in yell chat, you know, like we had this glorious 1v1 between these two combatants, you know, like defending, you know, like, and I ended up like in a yell chat, like teaching people how to interact with the flagging system. I'm not an RPer, but I do really enjoy like teaching people about what I know and different systems within the game. And so like just by running empty caravans, I've had a lot of fun doing RP kind of shit with the yelling in the open void, because I have no fear of losing my caravan because it's empty. And so like I can just like chill, and you know, these people that are new to the game that they don't really know what they're doing. Yeah, teachers like to teach. I don't know. But I really, really enjoyed that. And it was actually in the RP reign of things. And I think that kind of like, I think that like, just like I said before, I like to encourage people to dabble into systems they wouldn't normally dabble in. And I think that that's a really kind of good way to look at it.
Okay, what about you, Peon?
I fully support RP. I mean, I love the Dunehold dwarves, and you know, first let me go ahead and dazzle you with my RP. Dabu! That's the best you're going to get from me. I am not a very good RPer, but I do invite all RPers to come to the Hidden Dagger Inn, because you guys are the ones who are going to make the tavern come alive. So absolutely 100% support RPers. They crack me up. Like Lloyd said, I will go up occasionally to a caravan and ask for some kind of crazy request to but usually gold works good to get me to go away. But other than that, yeah, fully support it. Love RP. I think it's great for the game.
Nice.
Don't go to the Hidden Dagger Inn unless you're prepared to lose things. Just FYI. I hear they're in the
Things.
black market
I lost
side
my
of
gold to some
town.
courtesans.
I know I already
Yeah,
took my turn,
yeah.
but can I add on to this a little bit?
We have another question that I want to ask out there.
Hold up. Just keep in mind, you can add on if you want, but you are taking time away from answering other questions.
Yeah. I can save it for later.
Okay.
Okay.
The other
question.
question that I have is, have any of you guys seen any content from like smaller creators, guilds, whatever they be, PvP, RP guilds, that deserve more of a spotlight that they're getting currently? I would say, yeah, there are some individuals out there that definitely need a little bit more of a spotlight. that being, Grey Sentinels whenever they do their stuff, Revis Orders when they do their things. There's some other groups and people out there that aren't getting any love, and whether it be because of lack of awareness or whatever the case may be, I think that there are definitely some guilds who need to be shown some more love instead of just the big major creators. What about you, Yokai?
I
Just
guess I'll
saying,
add
this
on
segment
what
really is the Thoghli show.
I guess I'll add on to what I was going to say before. I fully support like small more RP, like just ulterior content. And there's a, I think they put up the poll, like they put up the numbers, then said there was like 3,000 people that signed up to be an Ashes Creation official content creator and stuff like that. They're having to go through that list. I think a lot of people are trying to grow off of Ashes Creation, and it's create like new games create opportunities for people to get into the industry, well, to this kind of profession or this kind of hobby, depending on how you're taking it. So I think that it's a great opportunity for people to grow. I'm not the biggest myself, but I fully support like the idea of in EVE Online, where you have like when wars go on, like for the instance, the siege that happened yesterday where Polar was defending against Aura and like most of the server. If like you took that and you turned it into like an RP war kind of a video, like hey, like beefed it up and turned into a war video, like from Eve and stuff like that. It's done wonders for Eve. I love some of the stories that have come out of Eve, and I would love to see that from Ashes Creation, because how it was promoted to be at the very beginning was Fantasy Eve. There are other games that have examples of this as well, but I think that it's I would love to see tons of smaller content creators grow, and I think there's a lot of niches for a lot of different kinds of things, whether it be cooking streams, RP, theory crafting, whatever.
Thank you.
What about you, Burns?
Well, I want to recognize some ones that that made and then are not currently, like I'm pouring out for boys over at Loreforged, like
yes,
the fantastic creators. And doing content creation for MMOs is doubly tough, because you got to play the MMO, which is time consuming, and then make content for it, which on top of that is more consuming. And it's people like those guys that just generally good guys and positive impact, collaborate. And yeah, like we had some of our, I enjoyed like when I was in Ethereum and we joined onto the server that they were on, and there's a bunch of drama there. Like it was such a good time, man. And we all made videos about it back and forth, kind of like what Yokai was saying. It was that was a lot of fun. So just want to recognize some of the guys who have come and gone, and you know what, there are guys in the past that have made videos and take a break but then come back sometimes, like Rive every now and then he'll do that, and then Zillin, stuff like that. So I think there are a lot of fun opportunities for content creation, and I think we've had a lot of good content creators in the space.
Yeah, I think just there's so many fantastic people in this community. A lot of them just don't get out there because they don't put a lot of stuff out there. So I highly encourage more content creation, more people doing events and like showcasing it on YouTube, even if it's not going to get a lot of views, like just putting it out there, and people, you might just make a gem and it might just go crazy on the internet, and you might be the next like Leroy Jenkins or something, do your event, do your war RP, kind of make a story out of like your character's journey. I think a lot of these things are really, really cool, and that's what makes like games in this early stage so much fun, is when you have like these awesome moments or just awesome storytellers in general, and they just kind of create their own story and just post it on YouTube kind of like haphazardly, and it just blows up. I think that's like one of the gems and wonders of like an MMO game, because you're not going to be everywhere in the world. You're going to have like these special moments, and you just want to be ready to capture them.
Pawkets?
This is actually one question I saw it. I was like, man, I really hope this guy gets more coverage. Coming from like the real life kind of stuff, like because I do like my building and stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen, but Skylark the botanist, he streams every now and then. He has gone out like foraging in the forest, picking berries for his cooking, and has done like leather working on stream. And he has a gold pan, and he's been doing like he lives up in Canada, I believe, and he's been doing like real live streams that are ashes oriented and ashes like directed, like because of he loves the game and he already does a lot of these kinds of things. And like I was hoping that like I've been in industries doesn't have a lot of people in there, but like it is really, really fun to watch this kind of stuff that is inspired from the game that you want to do and wants to like seeing those kind of actions IRL, right? And there was a point where he had wanted to try and do every single artisan that there is on stream that Ashes offers, and that like kind of show those different things. And so I'd be really interested to see that kind of blow up. But
I agree.
Yeah.
100%. I would like to see more Ashes creation content creators. I think it's a very, very welcoming community. I mean, Chibi and Vertec helped me along so much when I first got started. I was on a Bard in their show, like very first time on. Everyone has been so helpful, from Jamie Chaos to Stickwino, Richie. Everybody in here has been extremely helpful. If you are new to Ashes of Creation content and you need advice, hit us up. Don't be shy. We'll help you. That's what we do. And because every one of us has been there on YouTube, making a video, hitting refresh, seeing how many views we got, and, staring at 10, or Twitch streaming and looking at one viewer or talking to yourself for 2 hours. We've all been there. We understand the struggle. So, if you see someone out there who's starting out new, just jump in there and talk to them. Chat goes a long way starting a conversation. Yeah, definitely support them. I love to see them. If you need help, come visit us. That's all.
Yeah. I asked the CCs. They said that they would like to adjust this last little bit into open chat. So we are going to just stop with adding the questions. However, the reminder questions will be added to the next voting session. So don't worry, they'll come back. But I just want to really quickly say, Vertec and I have been here for a little while. We've seen people come and go. We always keep an eye out for the new guys that are joining, as some of them have attributed to, and it's our favorite. We want to help share the love that the community has, and we want to help kind of push people up, and lift them up and help them get a platform. So I think that's been one of our favorite parts of being part of this community, because it was done for us. We want to pay that forward. But all you guys, I'll stop yapping.
Love making new friends.
We've had quite a few different unofficial content creator like discords. Like I think it started off with the portal, then BCG tried starting one, and then like after he stepped away from the community, it became the Golden Feather. It became the Golden Feather Tavern that became like kind of the unofficial like gathering place for the CCs to kind of like learn and talk to each other and kind of like try to do collaborative content. So definitely stop on by at the Golden Feather Tavern and try to get more interaction with the unofficial side of the content creator.
100%, because like the very first time that you enter the Golden Feather Tavern, you're like new, you like kind of get your step in the door, but then like the network that you build just from being inside the tavern is actually kind of insane. Like
it's
you
massive.
Start getting to know a bunch of people and everything like that. So I think they've been extremely helpful for the community and building up every single one of us pretty much since they've been here for so long. So yeah, just thank you guys. Love you.
Oh, thank you. Love you, Pookie.
If that is all for conversation, I just want to let you guys know the next thing that's coming up is we are going to take a 15-minute stretch break. We have already been here for so long. Unfortunately, the doctor has other appointments, so he will not be joining us for segment 2. But we will be reopening the questions for you guys to submit. And you do not need to submit the questions you've already submitted earlier. Those are still held for you. But feel free to submit new ones. And yeah, anything you guys. Oh, you know what, Burns? Since you're leaving, I want to make sure you get a chance to shout out your content.
You can find me on YouTube. You can find my first ever interview with another content creator on the Golden Feather Tavern. Just like what Lloyd was saying. It really is a rite of passage in the community. You guys are great. Grateful for the things you do. Fantastic people and content to match. So appreciate it. Final words, I would say be careful with copium. It's kind of addictive.
It's highly addictive.
There goes the brains.
It
We're
is.
stuck with the freaking dwarf.
Oh.
We love them both.
Yes. All right,
yeah.
Vertex.
Well, yeah, as GP said, we're going to go ahead and run away to a 15-minute break. We shall be back for segment 2 right after. We just need to shuffle around some name tags here. I believe everyone else is still sticking around, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
For segment
Doctor
2.
is
All right.
Fantastic.
We need to fill our
All right.
tankards. You might need to as well. So we'll see you in about 15 minutes. And we might open the mics to engage with you guys directly during that 15-minute break.
Yeah, before the 15 minutes is up, we may pop in. It depends on when everybody gets back and if they're cool with the mic being open because they're not chomping down on something messy or crunchy sounding.
Yep.
But yeah, either way, we'll be back, folks. See you there.
See you in 15 minutes.
I apologize ahead of time for what the media might say.
Hello, everybody, and welcome on back. Sorry we're a little bit delayed coming back in there. I'll take the blame, though I'm pretty sure all of it was Peon. All right. No, welcome on back. So, since you experienced the first segment, just know the second segment is going to run basically the same, just different questions, right? So different conversation, same flow. And if everybody's ready, I can say 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
Yeah.
Lloyd.
Also, I just want to add that I did try opening a Q&A for YouTube, and the points are back available for you to submit a question during this segment. So, without further ado, Lloyd.
I do want to point out that Pawkets right now is Lloyd. So, Pawkets, do you want to read the question?
Oh my gosh, that's right. Hold on.
Boy, Lloyd got handsome.
See, I can't
I'll
even
update
see
this.
that.
I promise.
I can't
Can't
see
unsee it
that.
now.
No, that's funny.
All right, let's get this
so
question
yeah, my
rolling, and now we'll
question-
fix it while you're talking. Yep, it's yours.
Yeah. My question is basically everyone on the panel has been around since the olden days ish. When we were told that we should be patient and that we were in alpha testing and not playing a game. How much do you think that still resonates today? And like, do you still believe in Intrepid's vision after all this time? And are you concerned with your future in content creation and games? So kind of like a 3-point question, but they all kind of tie into each other. Like, I think the be patient part definitely resonates with me. And I do still believe in Intrepid's vision. I think they're still pretty far away. I just made a comment on Reddit with Steven saying Alpha 2 phase 3 years, because I feel like that's how far away it is. And the only thing I'm like really worried about for like content creation in the long term is literally player density and player population. As long as player density and player population can be met and fulfilled throughout not just alpha testing, but also through like past launch for like years on end, I think that is what I'm most concerned about with content creation. But outside of that, like, how do you guys feel?
And yeah, this segment, by the way,
This
the only
goes
thing that is
reverse.
going to change, yeah, we're going in reverse alphabetical order this time around.
Oh,
Yep. So
Mix
Yokai,
it
you are
up.
next.
So I kind of agree with what you're saying. Like the game's gonna live and breathe based on population. Like the game is designed around population, right? So like not only content creation, but also like the game's longevity is purely based on like, and that's a gigantic question. When it comes to like not playing. When it comes to like the vision and stuff like that, I think that it's very much like that's the annoying question that's going on right now, right? Like the fact that we have to ask ourselves even now the same question we were asking September, October of last year, like but before Alpha 2 of where we are in development, I think is a bit of an annoying thing. But like in terms of like the future content creation, I think you can basically make it like anything based on it. I think someone said like it's a bit of a hassle when it comes to making content for MMOs. It's not always the most enjoyable thing to watch somebody just go do the grind through leveling process. I think YouTube content probably makes a lot more sense versus Twitch stuff, especially with a game that's like open world PvP. You don't want to get ganked. There's tons of things, but there's tons of content you can make on it, whether it be like RP videos like we were talking about before, war, like just like war updates on, hey, this is what's going on, add a little bit of RP flair to it, or cooking videos, lore videos, crafting. I just like RRL fucking arts and crafts videos. There's tons of stuff people could be doing. So I'm not too worried about the longevity of content creation, more so than the longevity of the game itself. But like I said before as well, like that fire in me is still stoked. I'm not too concerned about it.
I would say that it still resonates to this day that we're still in alpha testing and that we're not playing a game, because of the amount of times we're reminded, first off, and just the amount of bugs that we do kind of come across. I definitely still do believe in Intrepid's vision. I wouldn't be streaming, I wouldn't be doing guild leading or anything like that if I didn't believe in that vision. And whenever it comes to concern about my future in content creation with the game, I don't really have a concern there because I can make things up as I go. It's kind of one of the very big strengths that I have being a role player is that my entertainment is my own. I don't rely on a game's kind of function and what things that they have to offer to entertain myself. So I think I'm pretty good with that in the future.
As far as first of all, I want to preface Steven's preface that I started drinking mojitos at the bequest of Thoghli, so my responses might come a little slower. But that being said, yes, I 100% do believe in Intrepid's vision. That hasn't wavered. As we've seen, they've changed some stuff, like the taking the city out. That kind of stuff's going to happen. I have no problem with that. Things are going to change over the development, but as we've seen, they put in stuff like, and I'll give examples. Like I'm not in Lloyd's camp where I think that they're going to be another 3 years. I think it's going to be quicker than that. As soon as they get the dynamic gridding in, which is going to be out in PTR this next week, and then they get the summoner done and some of that stuff, development's going to start moving a whole lot quicker because they have a lot of the tools already made. So it's going to get a lot quicker than I think we anticipate. And they're already showing, they surprised us all with the live stream with the stuff that they have in mind already. So I'm not concerned at all about the vision. I'm totally have faith, and I'm eagerly waiting all of it. Am I concerned about the future of creation with the game? No, not really. It's a niche game. It is what it is, and we kind of all know that going into it. We only know that we're going to get a certain amount of followers. It's not like a World of Warcraft. So we already know that going in. But that's what we signed up for. So we signed up for it because we love this game and we love the vision of this game. So that is all.
Okay. Pawkets?
Oh, that is me. Okay, all right. So I was going to start to chat. So going to with the comment about the population, and yes, for content creators, I understand how that is a big thing. But because this is a test, if Steven is content with the amount of the population, I'm good. Like, I'll figure out what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it. And the longer the test goes on, the more value I get out of my money. Is kind of the way that I've been looking at it. Like, I looked at it, and at the start, I had mentioned this, that if I were paying for a World of Warcraft sub, which I no longer want to play, it would be $360. If this game lasts 2 years in an alpha state, I'm getting $360 worth of money. And I think I've already gotten that well over. I'm enjoying it, I'm having fun. I would rather play this game than play other games. And I've actually tested a few other games recently, and I went back and I calculated how much time I was able to spend in these games before I either uninstalled the launcher or just stopped playing and never opened up again. One was 5 days, one was 4 days, one was 50 minutes, and the other one was 16 hours. And I just couldn't open the games back up. They were not done. Like, I could have kept playing them, and I'm like, no, I just don't care to. And so, like, I'm really, really content with where it's at. I definitely agree with Intrepid's vision on this game. If we do somehow stay in a testing phase for 5 years, that is a lot of value that I'm getting out of the money that I put into this. And so I see it as both a positive and a negative. Yes, I don't want to be testing for 5 years, but however long it takes, I'm getting my value out.
Very fair. All right. We are moving on to question number 2, which is also by Pawkets. Since you just finished talking. And then it will go Lloyd after. So go right ahead. It's in the chat.
PC is.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
no.
no.
It's in the chat. Okay. No. If it's in the chat, I can see. Wait, where's it
I've
in the
been
chat?
posting them in the CC Summit, so it's been in there, so we can help you guys keep on top.
Okay, we are good. I'm sorry. I'm usually used to 2 screens and stuff like that. How do you feel Intrepid has been supportive of your craft or your direction of content? When we were asked this question, like what we thought we would like to talk about and stuff, obviously I have a different direction of content than what most people do. I'm waiting around for Ash's Con whenever that comes out. Like that is what I'm here for. Hold on just a second. How I feel Intrepid has been supportive. Sorry, I'm used to like multi screens and stuff like that. How I feel that they've been supportive of me specifically. I never would have imagined that something I built would show up on one of their live streams. And the day, like it was March. It was March of 2024. When Steven pulled out the mask and showed it on stream, I was like, oh my goodness, like this is incredible. I've reached out to multiple people and said, hey, like trying to get my, like I'm not trying to be like big or anything like that. I enjoy doing what I do, and I want to give some enjoyment to other people. And so I love to craft things. And it's like more of a dual system for me. It has nothing really to do with my content creation. Instead, it's actually something I do to inspire my students. And so like the stuff that I do in game actually is a way for me to improve my career and what I do in that. And then like being able to, like my students to be able to see, oh man, this video game company, has my teacher's stuff that they, it's really interesting, and it's really cool to kind of see that kind of what can come from the content that I make. And like even the small people, like the biggest one right now, it would be Planendorf. Planendorf goes to like everything. You see him in different places and stuff. I knew this was going to get it. You see him in different places, and the Intrepid people are always around there. Like food was in here and stuff. I love to see that. I feel that they are just so supportive of absolutely everybody, and they try and give as much time as they can to the creators.
Yeah, I think that is a pretty big portion of like what we've all felt as probably testers. Like I've had Plenendorf come in to my streams. I've had side conversations with him. Like, he's just been a super big advocate of like helping us out. He even helped us out with the one of the very first PvP tournaments that we did with Polar, where like he was on his off day and he literally just came and said, hey, I'm not really like, this isn't something that we normally do, but I'm gonna help you out because I got the green light from Steven, and so here's some flying mounts for the PvP tournament. And he hung around for 12 hours. He went above and beyond. Speaking on the PvP tournaments, like even Adam and Margaret, when we put in that forum post, they were able to plan ahead a month ahead of time for the event, and they were able to help us out through the event. It's still an alpha. Like, we're also still working on our process, so we hit a few snags. We kind of expected that. There's some like staffing and stuff that we needed to do on our end to make the experience better for the viewer. But yeah, Intrepid's been incredibly vocal, and like as long as you reach out to them, ask them about things, or like try to communicate with them, they are extremely reliable to like respond back to you. And even like if you're not a content creator or anything like that, like just a regular viewer inside the Ashes Discord, they're pretty vocal and will get back to you. So I think they are extremely supportive, not just of content, but just the testing community in general.
All right.
I want to go piggyback off of what Lloyd's saying. I think Intrepid as a whole is extremely supportive of whether you're a content creator or you're somebody in the community trying to do like an event or something like that. They want to do the guild summit stuff. They have the events section in their own Discord. The devs are always open to like, hey, if you find a bug or something like that, hey, just DM them and or like submit a bug report or just DM them and about the stuff going on. Planendor, Jacob, the other devs, like they're always up for talking. If you're a content creator, just shoot Margaret or Adam a DM. They're always up for talking to you. They'll let you know if like, hey, something's going on, or if you can do an interview or not. Sometimes you have to be persistent about it. They're busy. It's a hectic time for them. So have to be understanding about that. But like, I don't think there's ever been a time where they've just shot me down. I'm not the biggest content creator either, and I know there's plenty of people here that like that have had stuff. Whether you're a crafter, an artist that's wanting to do drawings or cosplay, or if you're a crafter that does like things like Pawkets and stuff like that, like they showcase that stuff on their streams. Get in here and build a reputation with the devs. Like just build a reputation with the community, build a reputation with the devs. It's just super important. People like to say favoritism a lot when stuff like this comes up, and it's less favoritism. Like, it's not because I'm a PI member. It's not because the Golden Feathers PI members. It's not stuff like that. It's just we've been here a while and we're willing to talk and be open with the community, and like we've built reputations, and we're just doing stuff, right? Just be open and communicate with both Intrepid and other members of the community.
Yeah. Thoghli?
So it's been really unique for me because I have a different craft and I have a different direction than what most other content creators here are doing. But the fact that, me working with Pawkets and creating those helmets and that being showcased, in their social media, and then Planendorf coming through and stopping by and saying, hey, Thoghli, we're here, we're doing the Anvils area and we're thinking about Dunehold. Like, things like that is very, very refreshing. Like, it's extremely, I want to say it's close to me because, like, you don't get devs who do that. You don't get studios who do that. That's not common. And so it may be not direct support all the time, but it's definitely indirect. And they are very much there for the communities that are trying to do better and trying to promote Ashes of Creation. And also, I think over time, as we get involved with our content creation, we'll have a lot more support in our own right. So it's been a blast for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably take this a little bit of a different direction. I think that I have seen them be very supportive of other content creators. I have never seen them I've seen Steven once in my stream, and that was because of a Jamie Chaos raid. I've never heard from them otherwise after 168 videos. It is what it is. Like Yokai said, reach out to them a lot. I do not reach out to them. I don't want to bother them. So I figure if they want to come talk to me, then they'll come talk to me. But other than Vacnar and Roshan responding to a question I might have, I can't say that Intrepid as a whole has been overly supportive of my content creation. I do it because I have a passion for it, and I have a passion for the game. If they want to come in and say, hey, good video, whatever, great. If not, I'm going to keep doing it, whatever. So that's just kind of my take.
All right.
And that's back to me, right? For the next
now
question.
we have your next question. Yep.
All right. What is your biggest gripe you've experienced so far, whether it's with the alpha itself or with the tester response to what we have seen so far? For me on this, it's more like I know that I'm going to be testing, and so I knew what to be kind of expecting as far as the alpha goes. So I actually have no gripes about the testing yet. I may have some later, but as of right now. But the biggest thing for me on this is parsing the information between people who have complaints, but don't understand that Intrepid has already fixed those exact things they're talking about. And so, like, I try, like, I've given my experience. I've talked about things that I've gone through and stuff. And then I hear somebody complain about something. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? And then they start to tell me, and I'm like, oh, I believe they fixed that last week, or I believe they fixed, like, they are moving at such a great speed. And I get it if people don't want to test. That's fine. That's fair. That's your prerogative. You don't have to. And in fact, it's been encouraged by Intrepid to take a break and stuff. But for me, it's been like, okay, what, like, I think about from their perspective, how do they know which feedback to really adhere to the most? How much feedback is actually coming from people that haven't played since phase one? I don't know. Mm-hmm. And so I really am concerned about that system as a whole. Yeah, that's actually all I had. So
okay.
Yeah. The timing.
I think my biggest gripe of the pretty much everything so far from like Alpha 1 all the way through was probably just the start of phase 2, and I think that was part my fault, part Intrepid's, where they decided to launch phase 2 during a winter break, and they had like no staff, and there were broken systems in the game, and so there was a lot of things that messed with the system. There was a lot of miscommunication around that. I think their communication is getting better. It's probably not to the point where we want it. Maybe it's not maybe they don't want to give the amount of communication that the community is expecting. So I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between Intrepid and the community when it comes to like that. But my biggest gripe was just like not prepping for a stage in development that they needed to be in, and I think that's just probably a learning issue. It's their first time making a game as this company, so I don't think it's completely on their onus. Like I think they're learning just as much as we are about being testers, but that's pretty much been my biggest gripe. Like just kind of like learning like, what is a diminishing return? Like, why are these systems here? What am I testing? Like, there's not a whole lot of communication. And so I think this step with the PTR direction this upcoming month is going to fix that for me, because they're going to do more directed testing. So I think they're moving in the right direction. I don't even think my gripe is even really relevant anymore.
Okay. You okay?
there's two parts to it. From interpreting what Pawkets' question is, but if from Intrepid's side of things, it's like I do game development as well. Like I understand that the games take a long time to develop, so like I'm not hard on that. Like I defend them that game. This is a process. It's going to take a while first to see changes and stuff like that. But like it does get annoying to how long it takes us to like actually see progress and stuff like that. I always say that game feels like it's about 80% placeholder for placeholder, 20% actual foundation, foundational stuff. And Intrepid's always had a problem with patch notes for me. Like ever since Alpha Zero, APOC, even to now, like I don't think they do really good patch notes. Saying like, hey, this is what was fixed, this is what was broken, stuff like that. I've seen small indie devs for like way smaller games do better patch notes. I know people want a roadmap. I wouldn't mind that either. Like Lloyd was saying, with the testing, like I would love more focused testing. For like the longest time, people think that PI got like crazy testing. I can't speak on a lot of that. Also, what was said, but like the testing beforehand and like the PI stuff, we weren't doing as much testing as people think we are. Like there's tons of testing that people would want to do. They're opening it up and they're doing more focused testing. I think that's definitely the step that we need to take. From the actual tester side of things, there's a lot of people that just take it as a full-on released game, and we shouldn't be doing that. We should be taking it as a testing environment. So there's that. Yeah, and then just like the over positivity, like I said, I like to be critical on the game and more so focus on the hey, don't overly white knight it. Don't use the game like, hey, this is perfect. Don't use words like, hey, this is perfect and stuff like that. But yeah.
Thank you.
So I've experienced a lot of gripes personally. Being a content creator, this is my first time ever being a content creator. I started about 1.5 years ago. And so getting used to the gripes of other individuals is something that has taken a little bit of time. And the biggest thing that I try and help share with those who, come by and give me a visit is keep things very low as far as your expectations. Like we've heard before, a lot of the same sentiments is that we're still testers, guys. That this is not a finished product. There are things that are always going to change until it gets to that point. And yes, you have your opinion that you think it's, a dead game in certain phases, or you may think that, there's misrepresentation of what it's supposed to be, but as farthest from the truth. And it's honestly the expectation that Intrepid is trying to give, and then trying to meet that with your players, trying to have them be testers, but taking the test as playing a game is really hard to manage and really hard to kind of give that feedback to those individuals, because sometimes they don't want to listen. So that's kind of the biggest gripe that I've experienced within this whole experience.
Yeah.
I don't really have too many gripes. I think overall the alpha is going really well. I think I was a little bit frustrated, but they kind of resolved that with their latest live stream. I felt like the transparency. Something happened between Alpha 1 and where we're at now, where maybe it was Steven and those guys keeping their head down more, just trying to pound out systems. But I felt now granted, I want to preface this by saying they are more transparent than any other developer I've been around. So I'm kind of, not really fair. But anyway, I felt like the transparency that they were showing wasn't as much as we've seen in the past. Now, again, with this latest live stream, they kind of mentioned that they had their heads down in the sand and were really, really working. They have some really big systems that are coming out with the dynamic gridding, with the summoner archetype, the final summoner archetype, which I might add, and then the economic stuff. When that stuff gets out, I don't think people realize how huge that's going to be for the rest of the game development. So when that stuff gets out, it's going to be big. So from this point on, I would like them to do what they did this last live stream and just kind of show stuff that's coming. You know, just give us a little insight to what's coming. I really enjoyed the last format, and I hope they stick with it. But other than that, no real gripes. I'm pretty happy with development overall.
Alrighty.
All right. I am getting the poll together right now. Thank you guys for submitting any questions that may have been submitted. And the question time is over. So any new ones getting submitted right now, if they have access, will not be added. But fear not, we do have a bonus round after this primary segment is over. In the meantime, we are going to go ahead and move on over into the open discussion part of this. So you guys are welcome to go ahead and choose whatever topics you guys want to discuss and go for it.
I want to discuss fishing. When's fishing going to come? I want sport fishing, and how do you guys want to see sport fishing? Do you want to see it like Arcade? That's all I want to know. Move on.
Arcade.
What do you mean,
good.
like Arcade?
So,
Did you play Arcade?
not just the,
No.
So Arcade, when you went out fishing, and this is another thing. When you went out fishing, it had a color matching game that you would have to pick. Like hey, this is what you like. The fish is doing this, so you match the color to reel it in. And so you had a mini game to kind of, you had a little mini game to reel the fish in. And when you reeled it in, if it was sports fishing like he's talking about, where you're out on a ship, you threw out chum to get the fish going, and then you did the mini game to reel the fish up. You could hang it up on it would either be a pack that you could put on your back, or be like or if you had a fishing boat, you could carry it on your fishing boat and some of the deck kind of thing. And people would go out and fishing raids and stuff like that.
Well, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
I'm not just excited about fishing. I'm excited about all three of the types of gathering that you got. And I'm curious how many of them also have a passive one, like what fishing is right now, or if none of them do. And I have been like looking and staring at those different things for a very long time and trying to pinpoint how they work and stuff. I can't wait to see the other gathering come in.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm most excited for, which they said on the stream, was literally just materials being in the environment that they're supposed to be in. I won't have to go scouring for weeping willows and braidwoods and wonder where they're at, because they're gonna be by the water or something like that. So that's such a quality of life improvement for the game in itself, and just that one little aspect that's gonna change everything for me. That and the crate system is going to be really cool. I don't know. I think a lot of to tag on to one of the questions earlier, is the gripes that we have with this game is that it's not feature complete, or the features that are in are not done. So it's like almost everything gets better, and sometimes they miss. Like I don't think the combat system was a complete hit either. Like I think there's a lot of things that they need to do with like weapons and like how gearing is and like material resources. Like all this stuff is just, we're gonna put it out there, see if it works. If it doesn't, then we'll change it. And we're kind of seeing that. So like our gripes are just the development of the game, and as the game builds, it just keeps going. So like I don't know that.
If I may, before Thoghli and Yokai jump in, I wanted to add something to that question about the sport fishing or comment. One of the differences between Arcade fishing and Ashes is how are the boats going to work? They're not going to have scrolls. They're not going to have Shadigan sand repairing. Are you going to have to completely rebuild your boat every time? If that's the case, I do believe that it will discourage people from going out and fishing. I think there needs to be some kind of a happy medium, maybe not total construction, maybe down for an hour, something like that, quick repairs to a shipwright or something like that. But that's something I think that needs to be discussed, because if it's like a caravan system where you have to rebuild a boat every time your sport fish gets, ganked and killed, and they will kill them. They absolutely will kill them. That's without question. So what do you guys? I just adding that into the topic.
Time to swim and get killed by the Kraken. I'm just kidding. No, I think there
Unless you're in
should
my
probably
story.
be like a repair system.
They've said that they want to do it to where like your ship breaks and your caravan breaks like that. People have been on the opposite side of that. Like that's way too punishing. And then they've talked about being a little bit more forgiving for that. Like you can like maybe you have a damaging thing, maybe it's damaged and you can repair that thing. Also another contention point, like I'm kind of in support of, is the idea that your ship is in your caravan or where you left it last. Like that like where you left it last is where it is. You can't just like spawn it in and out. I know that's not a popular thing. I know there's some argument there, but I'm kind of in support of that. I'm more like the hardcore kind of like, and not like I'm on the hardcore side of things where like I want mini games tied to the crafting professions and stuff like that. That was one of the things that sold me, and like they've kind of backtracked a little bit on that, like what a mini game means to them and stuff like that. Like I to that and stuff like that. But I do want mini games. There are certain games that have more popular fishing mini games that I would love to see. And then, like you said, with the ships and stuff like that, I do want to see people go out on boats, like chum the water, and then play the fishing mini game to reel the fish in. Those are great. I think Final Fantasy 15 had one of the better fishing mini games that I've experienced, that I would love to see kind of mimic and stuff like that with fishing, if we're focusing specifically on that. So yeah, I'm in favor of ships being where you left it last. Whichever way you want to go with the boats, whether it be permanent destruction or repair stuff, that's fine. And then mini games for fishing.
Real quick, you guys have 3 minutes.
I'm just so happy.
To vote.
Oh,
You guys got 3 minutes left to vote, so make sure you get it in. Pockets on to you.
Oh.
I'm just so happy that Node Vassling is coming in. This is the system that I bought into the game for, all the way back in 2020. Like I heard about this and I was like, wow. The players are going to be able to form the thing, and people are asking like for story arcs and stuff like that. I get it's going to be a minute, but like node vassling is the area where players actually take the game out of the devs' hands and actually start to build and change things, and I really look forward to that.
Just to say, you skipped Thoghli with the fucking fishing thing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's open chat,
You're
you guys.
fine.
It's open.
You're
Make
fine.
sure you
You're
guys
fine.
share though.
I know that's okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't give two shits about fishing. I'm not a Nukia dwarf. All right, so that topic, whatever. I'll talk more about vassalization. Right. I'll talk more about vassalization, and what I expect out of that. But yeah, fishing, whatever. I don't care. Yeah.
Dwarves just race against everybody. They're racing against elves and they're racing against Nakua.
Look, it's not racism. It's just,
Those are
I
your
don't do
cousins.
fishing. They could do that. They're good at it. They could do that. We don't have to do that. We just get the stuff from them.
Sharkbait. Hoo-ha-ha.
Exactly. Yeah, but a little bit more
Cheers.
on the vassalization. The one thing that only concerns me when you talk about that is there an opportunity for people who are within the same region to rise up against a parent node who may be suppressing them under the thumb? Like, I really think it's unique for players to have the ability to rise up against a node that is just making them subservient to whatever decisions that they make. I think that's something that Ashes needs to look into. And if it's only a system to where you have to get friends from a different region to come in and attack them, I don't know. I hope that there's a way that players can topple tyrants without, having to rely too much on other individuals that don't care about what happens within their region.
Sorry, I forgot to say our motto: vote early, vote often.
Yeah, vote early, vote often.
Polls are about to close, but I have a pretty good lead here. You guys got about a minute and a half. Anything else you want to discuss?
With the vassalization thing, I want to vocalize that, echo that. I do think there needs to be a way for vassals to punch up whether it be like build up a system. I like the war system, the idea of the war systems. Maybe you've done enough of the wars to be able to punch up and stuff like that, or maybe you've built up enough of econ or some kind of like resource within the node to be able to overtake your rulers and stuff like that.
I wonder if there's a way you can just isolate, like remove yourself from the vassalship. Say like you automatically get vassaled. You're like Miralith is your parent node and your Winstead, right? I wonder if you could just isolate yourself so you can like break off, and then Miralith has to extend down to the desert to vassal other nodes rather than up north. Like, I wonder if that's a direction that you could go. Like, I just don't want to be a part of that. We're gonna fight for it, and there's that. But yeah, I think the intended design that Steven said was like, if you're a vassal, you lost the node war, therefore you're vassaled.
But
So
you've
if you don't
basically
like
lost-
it, you gotta move.
But you basically lost a race, and I agree. Like the citizens can move, right? The citizens can always move, but like you've basically lost a race. Whereas like given time, like even like in the olden days, like they would still like war over territory and stuff like that, and territories would break over, would break apart, and stuff. I like the idea of, hey, your neighbor, like you're part of the same kingdom, you're still part of the same like metropolis ZOI, but like I don't like my neighbors. So I want to war with them over over this mine, over the mining rights for the golden mine that we both share that's on the borders.
All right, so we are going to move into questions from the community that you guys voted on just now. First off is Peon's question. So Peon, if you will do the honors since it's your own question.
I'm lost.
It's in the chat. I sent it.
It's in the chat. All right,
Yes.
second. Oh, okay. If Intrepid successfully implements dynamic gridding, do you think Ashes of Creation could evolve into a mega server capable of supporting 30,000 to 50,000 concurrent players? What challenges or benefits do you think might come with this scale? Well, one of the benefits is you wouldn't need to worry about server merges too much. I do believe now this is tough because their initial assessment was 8 to 10,000 concurrent, and I believe 50,000 registered server or users on that server. That was before I think that they really realized that dynamic gridding very much was a possibility. Now, in my opinion, when they had 8,100 users pretty much in the Riverlands, it felt good during the alpha test, the 2.5 test. But I feel like with the world as massive as it's going to be, that 10,000 people on a server is going to make the server feel empty. It's not going to feel alive as it could be. I would like to see them maybe not do a mega server, but whatever the server can hold, I think they should shoot for. It would help with server merges. It would help with just all the mechanics that they want in the game. So that's just kind of my thoughts.
Vertek, if you could pause it real quick, the timer.
Pausing.
And Peon, what would you like? Would you like it to be round table or free for all for
round table? Fine. Round table.
Round table. All right. We'll go ahead and do Pawkets.
So I don't really care either way. I do like big servers. I do like that. I honestly, I would be fine with. I know other people absolutely hate this. I would be fine with the mega server for phase 3. However, I think that this is the balancing issue that comes in later. Now, I made a joke when we went to phase 2 that Steven likes soft friction.
Thank you.
And somebody said something like sandpaper to my balls. And so like that was the soft friction of moving like Reznov and Vyra together into one server. And then going into the mega server, that also did not feel fun because of how there was just no time to run a caravan. Like there's some systems you just didn't do because they were it was so congested and so packed. But yes, as the world expands, I'm curious to see what they're able to handle. And it's a soft or hard, depends on how I feel. And so It kind of depends on what it feels like, and I do think that it's going to be a balancing thing. And I don't think we should shut out the idea of the mega server, but I want to see it a little bit later.
Fair. What took us to Lloyd?
Sorry, my roommate came and gave me some boba
No
tea.
worries. Boba.
Hey, Boba takes priority.
Boba.
Just saying.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't really think that 10,000 concurrent players is gonna suffice. Based on like the 6,000 and 8,000, like yeah, just in the Riverlands it was too much. I think when the other biomes have actual points of interest that suffice at like lower levels, when you have more starter zones and you get the population kind of spread out, yeah, 10,000 concurrent players across both continents is going to seem extremely low. I think like 3,000 is probably good for like a biome, or maybe even a little bit less, like 2,000 might be good per biome. But you can't really control where players go from like an IT perspective. So you're kind of stuck with whatever the players decide to do, or like wherever their most fun is going to be, or maybe like on launch, people are going to be like, well, we did the Riverlands for so long. I know the best path. I'm just going to go that and do that route. And, you know, like all these different things kind of like conjoin. So I think it's really hard to prep from a technical standpoint. But yeah, I do think 10,000 concurrent players is going to be a little low for launch. So like if you can bump that up based on like how the technology works and how everything works together on the realm, the larger the server, in my opinion, the better, because that gives more friction, more PVX, more time for people to like build stuff, more resources for the towns to build. So yeah, I think having more players is generally good. It's if you have the technology to be able to do it, and if you can kind of like make dynamic gridding work, and if it works as intended, and you have the money to keep the maintenance on those servers up. So I think it comes with a lot of technical problems, but I would prefer more.
So dynamic gridding is crazy new tech. Like this is a big advancement for MMOs and gaming in general. It's something that both Ashes and Star Citizen are working on. Both still haven't 100% nailed it down. And Ashes is still working on it. We still haven't gotten it. We're gonna be testing it within the coming months and stuff like that, to like between here and release. So really hope we can nail it down. But it's gonna be something. It's really something in the works, right? Like Intrepid's not going to be able to come out with it. It's going to be work perfectly, kind of thing. That being said, if they can get it working, it'll be really great for both, not only Ashes but the gaming industry and as a whole, the future MMOs as a whole. The game lives and breathes off population. So, and I think the goal of every MMO should be mega servers. Outside of a few niche instances, such as RP servers and like people that do want to get away from like the larger crowds and stuff like that, I understand where they're coming from. But like, I do agree with mega servers and like having larger populations. I think time and time again we've seen it with tons of other games. The death of a game has been, they spin up a bunch of servers just to get people in the game and stuff like that, and those servers end up dying. They don't have population, and people just, instead of like, and the server merges happen too slowly, and people just go to other things, go like stop playing the game or whatever have you. It's been the death of a game, in my opinion, to see like servers just kind of come. I just spin up servers and stuff like that. And I don't want to see them do channels and stuff like that. I don't think that works for the game. So mega servers are definitely the thing I want to see the most. That being said, I'm not against, like, one of their key principles also is the idea of each individual server has its own story and like develops differently and stuff like that. That's a key thing that so there's that, and I have my own ideas of how I would want to see server merging happening and like the events behind that, but that's a whole other thing. I'm gonna go ahead and let
Thoghli.
yeah,
I
Thoghli go.
I gotcha. So here's something that's kind of we had a conversation before about this in the Golden Feather Discord, and something that I am very much a proponent of. All right. Now, Ashes of Creation gives you a lot of agency, a lot of player choice. It gives you the ability to do just about anything you want to do. You know, folks will try and spin the narrative of meta. Folks will try and say, do this, do that. That's fine. You know, but when it comes down to it, you're in its own way forcing individuals the ability not to choose what server you're going to if you have mega servers. Now, we've seen, you know, other MMOs have that ability to, you know, have smaller, you know, servers. And I do agree, over time, some of them die because they don't get server merged quick or whatever the case may be, you know, population problems, all of that. But the biggest thing that allured me towards Ashes of Creation, which is probably shared between myself, a lot of other RPers, and folks who are looking forward to the story, is the fact that there is choice of server. And that story would be so drastically different from one server to another. The guilds won't be the same. The bosses won't pop up in the same. The nodes won't be the same level and type. You have so many different things that you can experience that, to me, would offer a better opportunity for longevity of the game than just a mega server. Because then you're forcing everyone to play with each other that doesn't want to play with each other, you know? So
Right.
give the opportunity for players to still continue that aspect of, I still have choice. I still have what server I want to go to. My player agency, what I could do, still matters at the beginning of what you choose.
I guess part of me that where this came from was we all know that launches are huge, right? I mean, New World had what, 1 million people at launch. I fully expect Ashes of Creation to have 1 million people at launch. So I guess really that's where it came from. I don't want to have to see them spin up 100 servers or something like that, and then with 3 months, do what we all don't want to see: merges. Merges are going to be a mess. They're going to be messy, and there's no way to change that. So I think that's where my heart was. Gathering wise, 10,000 people on a server, great. You know, I'll get more stuff, but you know, I guess that's where my heart was. But Steven said that that's their plan, 8 to 10,000 in chat. So they're sticking with it, and we'll just see how it goes.
Perfect. All right, we have about 10 minutes left. Yokai, it is your turn, and you have chosen to have it open, so go for it. Just be mindful of the time and that you're sharing it with others.
Being the opposite of everybody else, like breaking the chains. Yeah. Ashes has multiple overlapping PvP systems: corruption, guild wars, lawless zones, node sieges, and caravans, all with different rules, risk, and incentives. If corruption is too weak, griefing thrives. If it's too strong, meaningful conflict dies. Do you think the current direction of Ashes PvP systems strikes the right balance between freedom and structure? What tweaks would you make to ensure PvE stays fair, functional, and engaging, and to all scales? This was posed, like we had all this planned and stuff like that, like and we were asked for questions before the recent stream, before a lot of the newer changes were said. I like ArcAge. I like what I'm hearing from the devs, like that we're going for basically war times and from ArcAge, like the dynamic lawless zones, how caravans and the packs are going to work and stuff like that. All that sounds nice to me. I do think corruption, like devs have even said, hey, corruption is meaningfully overtuned right now. To kind of give a replication of what it's more supposed to be like in release when other systems come online, but it is going to change. But I think a lot of things are like I don't know who the game is made for currently, because it feels like a PvP game without PvP, and the PvE just isn't there either. So like, who is the game for right now? And I don't think anyone's 100% like happy with the direction. I would like to see more PvP things added, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I know Vertec is one of the biggest proponents of like the PvE side of things, so I'm gonna try to keep it a little bit fair. But
Appreciate that.
I am a PvP player. Well, I'm a PvX player technically. I think if you interact with PvP, you are just by default interacting with every single system. You're crafting, you're getting the best gear, you're PvEing, you're mob grinding, and then you're doing that all to PvP. So I think that is a good direction. I think that is the direction that Intrepid is trying to go towards. Honestly, they don't even need to change corruption. Like, it can be overtuned right now if the scarcity in the world goes down. So like, I think corruption and economy are highly tied with each other. If I am able to gather more resources, more materials, craft things faster or in surplus over an extended period of time, I don't care if I die with corruption and lose an item or two. I don't care if I lose my materials, because like, there will be times where like this guy's griefing me and I don't care, I'm gonna kill him, or like I don't care if he's in my grind spot, I'm going to kill him so that I can do my thing here. And I think that was the intention originally, but there's also been, you know, blowback saying that going red is not viable. So like, I think corruption does need to be something that's like possible to do in the world. And it's just not possible right now because of scarcity of resources and everything else. So I think PvP systems can survive overtuned, so that PvE players can exist, but then you also have to balance it with other things in the game.
It's open, so anyone can go.
And Yokai is the moderator for this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And like Yokai said, and Steven really brought this up in the live stream. He just said, said specifically that it is overtuned. So all those people complaining that their first time corruption, they're going to lose 3 items. Yeah, look, if he lessened it, all those murder hobos, they don't care about their guys. They be, you know, chopping people's heads off left and right. I mean, I had to die twice because I killed a level 8 dude farming my copper. I didn't mean to kill him, but I whacked him and it hurt bad. So you don't want to go corrupt. I would like to see, as far as corruption, as far as the PvP systems though, I like them. I'd like to see more lawless areas. We already talked about some kind of incentive for like points or something like that. Corruption, one of the things from Arcade that I really, really loved was their jury system. And I would love if they did some kind of jury system. So say you get corrupted, before you get put out in the world, you get like sent to a jury system, and then you can spiel your story to everybody and let them know if your corruption should be lessened or something like that. I mean, that was so much fun in that game, and it just made people come up with the craziest stories on whether you should believe them or not. Something like that could be a lot of fun too. But as far as PvP and the systems overall, I think caravans are great. They're a lot of fun. Opt-in PvP. Again, I don't think it should be complete destruction, but because some of those things are really, really hard to replace. But other than that, yeah, I overall feel pretty good about it.
I've had many conversations with guildies about this, and I actually think that the corruption where it is at is a good thing. Now, I said this several times, that I believe that we need to play the game within the systems we have. Yes, their intent at launch is going to be much different, but we have a game and we have a test. We have a test that is in a state, and we've already been giving so much capability within this test. And so actually, I've been doing this weekly quest where I'm challenging people to do different things. And next week's quest is actually to go corrupted, but rather than skirt the system and just get your friend to kill you, is to actually try and survive the 30 minutes and come out of it unscathed at the end. And so I actually want people to interact with this system as it is and see if it's really that bad. In phase 2, I actually went corrupted after killing 2 people that were corrupted. We got gray gear from one, blue gear from the other, and then my corrupted death, I actually lost +8 legendary gear. I would argue that my corruption hurt a little bit more than those 2 guys' corruption hurt. But it was still fun and enjoyable. And I've rewatched that video so many times because it's just been enjoyable. And I think that the system doesn't hurt as bad as it does. And I think that for where we are with the test, that it's going to wipe in a few weeks. It doesn't matter that much how much your gear that you have is you're going to lose. So I would test the system and just see how it feels as it is.
I mean, I think the
We got 2 minutes.
30-minute timer
needs to
thing.
go. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Just real quick. I think the timer thing is like a really good thing, like the 30 minutes, because then it gives somebody an opt out of the corruption. And right now it's overly tuned just because you can't work off corruption with like 800,000 XP. It's a crazy amount of XP that you need to do to work off corruption. But like a timer, I think is really good.
Thoghli?
Honestly, I like where corruption is right now. It's made these more competitive hardcore PvP guilds have to do other systems in order to try and grief and kill other players. So whether it stays, whether it goes, what the changes are, we'll have to wait and see. But either way, as I said, the corruption is not supposed to be viable. It's supposed to be a deterrent. And I hope that whatever changes they make, it stays a deterrent instead of people thinking like they could just go corrupt whatever and it not really be weighted. So
I don't think the argument, and we still have a minute left, I don't think the argument is PvPers want like it just not to be a deterrent. I think they just like think it's too punishing right now. I think that everyone, and it's meant to be a deterrent, right? Like it's
100%.
It's meant to be a deterrent for the game. I don't want to see people like just like lobies be grief and stuff like that. But like right now, it's extremely buggy. It's extremely buggy where it's you can corruption bait, and there are different ways for people to get around it. And right now, just promoting more mob training than anything else, and that's a gigantic concern after the latest live stream is the mob training.
Yeah. Well, we have like 40 seconds left, but I feel like we can go ahead and take that time to let you guys, since we've done the open discussion and the discussion of the viewer questions, you guys have 3 minutes each to give your closing thoughts and any plugs, but fear not, dear travelers, we actually have a bonus section of the stream, and I actually have all of your questions queued up that have not been answered yet, that are highly voted for. So we will be talking about those, and who knows, Vertec and I might join in on that as well for some bonus content. But without further ado, please, dear friends, share out your 3 minutes of closing thoughts. We'll start with Lloyd, going alphabetical, unless you want to go reverse alphabetical for tech.
Oh, either way. No, alphabetical's just fine. Just fine.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah. I'm Lloyd. You can catch me Lloyd at basically every single social, both the L's. I think I want to just primarily thank the Golden Feather Tavern for always hosting these summits. They're always really good. They're really great for networking. They're great for the community. Gets out for the smaller content creators, because I was definitely one before I came. I think you should definitely join the Golden Feather Tavern Discord. Talk with the people in the community and everything, because they are big proponents of just, you know, promoting everything, not just like their stuff, but also like they're in Shol Discord, Shol News Discord, they're in all the other little community Discords, the Mayor 101. These are all like little third-party things that you can join to get really immersed into the world. I have the Shol News Network, and it's just a live feed of a whole bunch of other drama and, you know, tabloid-esque type things. It's actually hilarious to follow. The people in the community are like really creative. I really think if you have any questions about it, feel free to DM me on Discord too. It's at Lloyd. And I can get you any information you want as well. But yeah, thank you for having me. And I think we had great conversations, and I'm excited to be there for the bonus content.
Yeah. All right, Pawkets.
Hello. Thank you for coming in and listening to this whole thing. Thank you, Chibi and Vertec, for having us as well. Sorry, I just saw that Lloyd saw my comment. But I'm Pawkets Art in all the areas. I'm on Twitch, X. I kind of have YouTube, but I really want my YouTube stuff to be more oriented towards my crafting and stuff. I would like to get more involvement with like the community. I know that Thoghli is looking to try and learn how to build armor pieces for his dwarf, and I know that Chibi is looking forward to a book. I'm going to work on rebuilding that. Also, another shout out to Thoghli. I'll be making a Nakua fish hook here sometime soon as well. Because us dwarves have to stick together. But I like to do this stuff, and I look so much forward. Like, as much as I love playing video games, I do want to look forward to like the Ashes Con and meeting all of these people together in person. I am much more about that real life, like builds kind of thing and content. And so I really look forward to that when it comes. And I'm sticking with this game for a very long time because I enjoy doing what I do. So. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Peon, or in-game Peon and or Loot and Scoot. You can find me at the Hidden Dagger Inn on Twitch or YouTube or TikTok, and also Discord. Please hop in, jump in to join the community Discord. I'd love to talk to you, answer any questions you might have, whether it be about content creation, if I could help out in any way, or anything in game. Like Lloyd said, a big shout out to the Golden Feather Tavern. They really are the heart of the community of Ashes of Creation and deserve any props that they get, credit that they get, because like I said earlier in the stream, they were the first ones to welcome me in, and I see them do this consistently with all kinds of new content creators. And it's because of their inspiration and all the other inspiration in the content creation community here in Ashes, probably not many other places, but in Ashes, that we've all become so close and tight knit. So I want to thank you guys. Great job, and love all you guys. And really, that's it. You know, shout out to my boy Paranaut. I love you, buddy. Go check out Paranaut's stream sometime, guys.
Thoghli.
Well, friends, may the bonds we forge here today hold strong as dwarven steel, and thicker than an old brewer's beard on a winter's night. On behalf of Dunehold, the Duner Nation, and its news, the trusted voice of our dwarven halls, I thank you all for lending us your ears and hearts. May your halls echo with laughter, your hearts burn ever bright, and your mugs never run dry. From our stones to yours, and strong stand proud. Thank you for joining us.
Huzzah.
That was amazing.
Right?
Hey, Yokai, your local VTuber for Ashes Creation. Like someone said earlier, the Golden Feather is just almost like a rite of passage to be on beyond whether you're a guild or a content creator. Definitely reach out to them. Join the Golden Feather Tavern Discord. Get to know the other content creators. They do so much for the community. It's not even funny. Known them for so long now, since this almost the beginning of this whole thing. And great people do so much work. And for my own stuff, you can catch me on Yokai Theater on Twitch, on YouTube. I have a lot of plans coming out for stuff to do on YouTube. A new model reveal, bunch of new videos and stuff like that. Newer content, more and more content. Actually, like buckling down and being an actual content creator. If you're interested, me and Lloyd, he didn't say this, but like I don't know if he's interested in this, but me and Lloyd are both writers for the Icy Vein. We do guides for Ashes of Creation. I do the cleric stuff. He does the rogue stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So you can go over there and catch that stuff. I think that's about it
Yeah.
for me.
Great shout out on that. And I'm going to give a shout out for Burns. If you guys haven't heard of his Bespoke series, both Vertec and I had the pleasure of being on the first few seasons. And many of the fine folks here have actually been on the Bespoke series and have given their thoughts at a time or two. And
Wow, rub it in.
yeah. Yes. Well, there's more to come, I'm sure. There's so many of us and only so many guests that he can have on.
There's only one
but-
Burns.
There is one Burns. There's enough to
Joking.
go around, though. You just need to make an appointment.
Yeah.
Make an appointment with the doctor.
Yes,
Did you get
exactly.
that? Did you get a referral, or no?
And get my prescription filled out.
There you go.
You need your copium prescription from him.
I know, right?
But definitely go check that out. We love us some Bespoke, not Vertex. Sorry, Steven, wondering why everybody is obsessed with Bespoke.
You did
and
catch
then
a few minutes of it, so.
I also want to do a shout out to AOC Nexus. I don't think we do. Okay.
Sure enough.
Sure enough, you are on top of it. Look at you go. This is the last minute thing we added. So in case you guys did not know, we have been working behind the scenes with AOC Nexus, or Ashes of Creation Nexus, and we'll soon be making it more prominent topic around here. If you have not heard about it, then it is a great resource for guilds and communities alike. Make your character, add it to a guild you're in, or apply to a guild if you would like to join. Guild masters get a nice overview of what profession their guildies have and a balance accordingly for the professions, among other things. Besides those, there's a host of other resources that are on its way, and we highly suggest you go check it out because we think it's a great community resource.
Many other fun features. Hopefully a bunch of the stuff that we've been talking about wanting to do on a website for a long time might make it onto there.
Fingers crossed.
There's even a nifty reputation system there. So you kind of get a decent idea on who to look out for or who to look for, let's say, a good tradesman, an artisan you wish to purchase stuff from, or somebody that will protect a caravan or bring troops to protect their caravan or go caravan hunting. Who knows? But it's pretty in-depth, and it's also very almost along the risk versus reward vein, where your comments are permanent when you add reputation to somebody. Whatever comment you leave with that reputation, it stays there. Even if you delete your account, your name is forever burned in history on saying that stuff. So,
any bad comments, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, shit talking will get you in trouble potentially if you're not like actually backing it up with true statements there.
Yeah,
because everybody will know.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. If you like this sort of content, please consider subscribing to our YouTube. We like doing this kind of content. We love grabbing content creators. We like grabbing you guys from the community, and we love sitting around and
Grabbing
chatting
tankards.
about.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, that too.
And we love chatting about different Ashes of Creation topics. And the next one, I have heard, the rumors in the tavern at least, it will be PvP centric. So just as a heads up, we are 25 subscriptions or followers away from 1,000 on our YouTube. That is a goal I am trying to meet before the end of the year. If you guys like this kind of content, want to support us, please head on over there. If not, as all the other wonderful people have said, we love to have conversation in our Discord. We love to chat with you about your thoughts on Ashes, and everybody is welcome. We're respectful of each other's opinions, and we like to hash it out respectfully if we have a disagreement. So join us, have some mead, have a place to stay, and we'll see you in the tavern. Vertec, anything else?
Everybody, thank you everyone for the kind words as you were closing out and giving all of your closing speeches there. Truly means the world coming from such marvelous people as you. So thank you for joining us. You're amazing. Hopefully we'll see all of you after the break, but we don't know. Who knows what might happen between now and then? You might ascend to godhood. But either way, if everybody who is viewing needs to take off, we'll see you next time. If we see you again after this 15-minute break, we'd be more than happy to host you once more in the tavern.
Yep.
Either way, thank you for your time that you've spent thus far. It truly means everything to us. We'll see you in
We'll
about
be back.
15 minutes.
Yes, we'll be back in 15 minutes with our bonus content.
Yes, and I am absolutely saying we're taking part in the bonus content because I've been being a good boy and holding off on not like contributing and diving in the middle of the conversation and just being a moderator. I can't do it
wait
anymore.
to see Vertec crash out.
So many thoughts.
All right, we'll see you in a bit, folks. Take care.
See you soon.
Bye.
if he gets to it before then, because he's a little focused right now.
It's on
Oh,
right now, so you can hear it.
hi.
Ooh, party time.
Party. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hot mic. Mic is on. Yes. We are opening mic so that we can interact with you guys while we wait for the last 3 or so minutes of this countdown, because we are just so excited to talk to you guys. And we haven't actually been able to address y'all directly. So thank you guys for chatting. I've been reading a lot of it. I try to comment whenever I can, but I've loved every bit of your conversation. It's been awesome.
Chat, just to let you know, Burns, Peon, and the Pawkets, they didn't leave. They're in the back of the Golden Feather Tavern being through a meat grinder. The food in the Golden Feather Tavern is people.
No, never. Music is way too damn loud if y'all want to interact. That's literally.
Music's too damn loud. We're getting noise complaints from the neighbor.
Apparently, or
I didn't turn the volume down. My
Can
bad.
barely hear
resident.
you.
it is
barely
from
hear us.
Lloyd.
Too much hype. Yeah, now it's like it would be on the regular.
I have
show.
to tell you about
Look,
the
guys,
future.
Vertec is doing a lot of work on the back. We had a couple people that couldn't make it to the bonus, so he's got to rejigger some stuff.
I do.
He's working
Is it a
hard
album?
for the tavern. Also, like, you guys don't know, but like Vertec and I spent at least 2 weeks prepping for the live stream. For like this live stream in particular, on top of continuously running everything else. So how did the rest of the live stream rewatch go? Take plenty of notes. Oh yes, we've got all of the notes. I posted a succinct version of it, a cliff notes, if you will, in the community chat within our Discord. I think you guys really liked that, so I'm gonna start doing that going forward for these dev streams. So keep an eye out on that. I did not make you watch it with me. I watched it twice myself. You guys just decided to join me. But yes, there was so much information. Thank you, Steven and team, for all of the communication that you guys gave us. I was so hyped that by the time I got to the last part of the stream, I was just overwhelmed.
Shout out to Steven for being in chat too. Like he said he's toppled over right now because he's eating a burger. He's eating a Golden Tavern People Burger.
Hey, no, he's not. Thank you very much. Do not facilitate that. That is not the thing. But I did ask him if it was a Minotaur burger. He didn't
That's
answer.
people.
So.
See, she admits it.
Minotaur, not a person.
Minotaurs are people too. Wow, she says Minotaurs aren't people.
They're
I don't know,
people
they
that need
just
to be
kinda-
slain. What are you talking
They
about?
just kind of yell at me and then hit me with axes, and I just saying. It's
Five people
better.
burger.
Wait,
Better
is there a
than
Minotaur
going-
in Ashes?
The Minotaur.
Yeah,
what?
they're like the Junior's fucking foe. Like, have you seen
I
the image of the
seen one
Minotaur
in game.
with the dwarven skull
what?
on him?
What are you talking about? You haven't seen a Minotaur in game.
Minotaur. Oh, I forgot about the whole event. Oh my god.
Wow.
You're like
What?
one of the
Way to
Trolling,
not
trolling.
play the game at all.
Go
Yeah.
home, Lloyd. You're drunk.
It's been a long time since I've farmed Minotaurs, okay? It's been all PvP for me.
I'm just saying, it's really, really hard to. Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to get myself. Trying to get myself seriously. It's really hard to find a good burger in Thunder Bluff, you know?
Jesus.
Sorry, folks. I know the timer is up. I'm still taking a moment to fix up some of these nameplates. They got all kinds of jacked up. I think I'm gonna need to just create this stuff like way ahead of time and put it in order. I gotta know who's gonna be out though.
Lloyd
Surprise
is the
drops are gonna
worst
be fun.
Ashes player confirmed, knows nothing.
Big facts. Well,
wow.
I can't believe that
Oh,
came out
man.
of Chibi's mouth. What the hell? Don't clip that.
What? Wow.
Yeah,
I
I
just
gotta
wanna
be careful
say-
what I say too, because people like to clip things for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you
we-
talking about?
mm.
Like I haven't been clipped saying it's just tech, right?
It's just tech.
It's just tech.
Real quick shout out to Throther, Psy Hunter, and Hosey for joining the Discord. Welcome in, friends.
Like, I don't see
I'm
the
buying
same.
time.
Like I don't see the same screenshot every day in Ash's chat. The same 10 instructions how to dupe in phase 1.
I'm just saying, content creators should probably go make a tutorial video on those things. Hmm?
On duping?
On duping?
No, not duping. I'm talking about like the same questions. Like when I get in, somebody's always asking, how do you get on and off of a mount? And I'm like,
Oh yeah, I
information.
had a friend that suggested content content I should be doing for the channel, and he said like just do short form tutorial videos, and like it's a good idea. I just haven't done it. Short form. Yeah.
Short.
Is that
Wow.
Is that a short person joke?
I'm just saying, there's more than one short person here.
Yeah, me
True.
too. Not in
More
You're
than
happy
two
you have
short
company?
people. Awfully short-sighted. All right, we are buying time for Vertec,
Okay.
y'all. So,
I am bringing us back in. Meow.
alrighty.
There's a bet
Oh,
going
God.
on between Chibri and Vertec to see who can say meow inside the gym. Like that's the 1,000th time they fucking said that.
That's a Vertec thing.
That's
You
a
said
me
it
thing for
before the
sure.
chat.
I think
You said it
I think
before-
she
you
might
said
do it
before we started.
accidentally.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she picks it up from you.
If I do it, it's not something I intend on doing. Yeah. But either way, welcome back to the summit. A few faces may be different. In this case, a few may be missing, but
are
everyone
in the
here
back
is
of the
primed
tavern.
and ready to talk about Ashes for at least another 90 minutes. So
At
each
the
topic
very
will be
least.
at the very least, yeah.
Yeah.
Each topic will be allotted up to 30 minutes for us to discuss, and then we'll move on to the next topic. If open discussion is lively, it may use the entire 30 minutes. If not, we'll move along to another topic and for the remaining time. So at least 3 topics will be discussed. And Vertec and I have our drinks. We're joining in the Tavern After Dark because
Yay!
how long this is.
Fucking yeah.
I'm here
So
for it.
cheers to you guys. I just really want to say huzzah and cheers to all of the support that we've gotten this summit. And it is because of you guys supporting us that we are able to do this. So huzzah.
True story.
Huzzah!
With that.
I will
have
drink to
not
that.
been-
I mean,
have
I'll
not
drink
been
to a lot,
drinking
but I'll
since
also drink to
wine
that.
I have
at
not
all.
been drinking since the beginning at all, right? First question I'm gonna ask is from Ludaloo, and he asks opinion on gambling in quest rewards and node currency stores.
We're talking like RNG on all that stuff, right? Like RNG
The
gambling.
loot
on-
boxes that they talked about, that's RNG
Gamba?
loot. Yep.
I don't.
no.
Yeah, I'm not big on that. Yeah, I don't like the idea of it. I don't like RNG. I don't like loot boxes. It's a very slippery slope to go down. And like if they did like
Oh my
arcade,
gosh, Exiled, thank you. Holy crap, I just saw.
Yeah.
like the
Exile.
raid,
Oh, what?
Beast.
or no, with
I
the
miss him.
gifted sub.
20
Great voice
tier 1
actor.
subs.
Whoa.
Thank
also
you.
Holy mackerel.
Cheers.
Was my favorite.
Cheers to
Yeah?
that.
Yeah.
Dear Lordy.
Exiled,
Okay.
we need.
Thank you
Drink
so
I
very
believe
much.
you worked on the one of the commercials we have. We need more.
Mhm,
Just FYI.
mhm.
He did.
New Golden Tavern drinking game for the rest of the night. Every time someone gifts a sub, you drink.
I'm about
That's,
it.
that's
Oh,
our
that's a-
usual thing.
That's
Oh,
always
That's
a
our
thing.
usual thing.
Mhm.
We've been drinking
Nothing new
water this
here.
whole time, but now that it's after dark, we're doing this because
I've
this is just
totally
Shifted into
been
stuff more
drinking-
flavorful.
Totally been
Mhm.
drinking water.
I meant
but-
Vertec and I. Thank you. Guests
You
are allowed to have
liar.
the alkies. Okay. Anyway,
Not test me, okay?
Gamba in loot box. Go.
I'm against it. I don't necessarily like it. If they wanted to do like something like arcades where like at the end of the quest you get to pick like which reward you wanted, that'd be like a little bit different. Having it to where it's like an RNG loot box kind of thing, I just can't get behind it. No, I'm against it.
I'm
Okay.
against the Gamba.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
gotcha games for me.
Look, I'm just saying Bungie had the loot boxes and RNG down. Then it needs to stay there. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't need
Alright.
that.
Personally, I'm fine with it as long as it's the random drop and not the expected. Like, for example, they're already going to have your actual quest box at the end of a quest where you can choose something out of that. As long as this is something that's randomly dropped off of a mob, which means it could have been anything anyway. The reason why I like this is if it drops off of a Grem, I have a chance to get something besides poop.
I think you're talking about something different, Chibi.
I don't think
You're
so.
talking about
The way
drop
that I
tables?
understood
We're
it,
talking about like cosmetic drop loot boxes, I think.
the way that I understood that they explained it, and Steven, if you're still in chat, please, by all means, feel free to confirm that a loot box will drop from a NPC, or there's like, I think another way of getting it. But regardless, when you open that, it has a RNG part to give you a random item. That's what I understood. I could completely be wrong.
I maybe misunderstood it.
Even with that, even that's the direction we're going with it, where it's like an RNG loot drop from the thing. I'm fine with mob. Like I want them to expand on how mob drops work anyway. I currently don't like how mob drops work. I want them to expand on more of the animal monster kind of things. Have materials drop for them. Have it more like Monster Hunter, where you have percentages of these things that can the different parts that drop, and make it worth like hunting down these monsters, killing these monsters and stuff like that. Make that where I get like the materials and stuff like that that I'm using in crafting. Make the gamba that to where like I've got like I've killed this monster and it has like a 9% chance of dropping this thing. And so like now I'm using that in crafting materials type stuff. I don't necessarily like the idea of the loot box. Like, oh, it's a it's a game of what that is. Have the monster be have like an RNG loot table.
So I'm going to answer a question. I'm going to answer a question with a question.
Now that I understand it. Sorry, go ahead.
Why do you guys hate pirates?
What?
Because if they had named those treasure boxes, or I don't know if they had a map in the game that you could follow to get to a treasure box that gave you random things, you'd probably be pretty. Oh shoot, they do already have that, and everybody loves it.
I love the map. No, I don't like how the maps currently work.
Though.
I don't like how the maps currently work. Like I like the idea behind the maps.
Maps are more powerful than an item.
I like how the maps currently work. I don't like how the maps currently work. I want them to expand on it a little bit more. Make it a little bit more like Arcade. Make it have it to where like you see a little bit section of the map. Maybe do like a coordinates thing. Like, hey, I have to go to these coordinates to hunt down the map, and then you dig it, kind of thing. Rather than this giant circle that has like a dot that you can also barely see where the treasure chest is. It's kind of buggy sometimes. It's like how the treasure chest currently work. Treasure chest, to be on this, it's some of my favorite content in the game, but at the same time, I also don't like how it currently works, and is also like it's also like really buggy.
But I'm just saying, like, it's buggy and you don't exactly like how it's implemented or whatever, but nobody complained about them existing. And it's the same thing. It's a box that you find and you get a chance to do something. Plus, honestly, from the node currency, being able to buy them with that, I mean, that's gonna get more people to give materials to the node, build them up faster, potentially building and or expanding on node loyalty. Like, I'm here because I'm dropping all of my ore.
Could I cut in?
Yeah.
So I pulled up my notes and I went to find my loot box part of my notes, and it says loot boxes through node currency or drops where there is RNG and you get an item. So activities for a node like commissions, quest narratives might have them, and it's not you don't get it with IRL money, just in-game stuff. And they want to make the rewards exciting, and I think they said gambling can be exciting, but it could also be done with commissions. So it's like if you kill 10 wolves while you're out and get some XP and glint. Sorry, I think that's them reworking the commissions, but they're working on them to make it worth your time. So the way that I understood it, and the way that I think it was Effusive understands it, is it's like the Mario question mark block, right? You hit it in Mario and it spins a random thing, and congratulations, you get an item. That's essentially what the loot boxes are supposed to be, compared to the reward boxes where you can open the reward box and choose the specific thing. That's how I understood it. And so
Yeah,
that's why
so-
I'm okay with that, because that allows me an RNG chance of getting something I wouldn't have already usually gotten. But I have a feeling that those will be low likelihood to get them off of mobs, but that you can buy a question mark box, if you will.
Yeah, so I misunderstood it originally. I thought they were talking about like buying get via IRL money. If with like in-game node currency stuff, I think I still hold the same opinion with like I don't like the Gamba. Because maps, treasure maps, they work like clue scrolls where you can get the loot boxes. That's fine. Because you're actively getting an item in the game and you're moving to somewhere on the map and then you're like getting the loot box, the treasure box. I think that's fine. I just don't like the idea of like somebody farming node commissions and then using that currency to get something that might randomly happen across on the other continent. Like, you know, like it seems very gimmicky where like somebody who doesn't have to go out and explore the world, they can just keep gamba and just get these materials that randomly pop up on the other side of the continent, and you never actually have to interact with the game.
What do you mean you don't have to interact with the game? One more time. Maybe I missed
you
something.
interact
Because
with
you
the
turn
commissions,
in
but not,
node,
like,
you turn in materials to get node currency. You also complete quests that get you node currency and commissions. That's the word, to get node currency, and you spend node currency to get boxes that can give you stuff. It's the same thing as going and buying a cloak, except you don't know what cloak you're gonna get, right?
I think the
Nobody got upset about buying cloaks from the mayor.
I did. I do not like. I do not like the cloak. How cloaks currently work in the game is a bad system. It does not promote node loyalty. You have to drop your node just to go to the node that actually has the cloak that you need stat wise.
Your stat.
Yeah, your stat. You're not promoted. You're not incentivized to be at the node that like you're trying to build up and stuff like that. How the cloaks currently work with the nodes is stupid. I hate it. If you want it, in my opinion, if you want those cloaks to be that way, make it like how Arcage has the cloaks there, to where like it's similar like the guild. You're building prestige with your guild and your currency and stuff like that, and spend the node currency to get like a baseline cape, and then buy the evolution point. Buy the crafting materials to change that cloak into the kind of the stats that you need it to be.
Okay.
I actually really like that idea, because I felt really frustrated. I get that it's meant to build node loyalty, because like if you want this type of cloak, you should go be a citizen there.
The opposite,
but I don't like that you are now forced to pick between which cloak do I want and which node has the actual artisan stuff that I'm looking for.
Also,
and it makes it a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, not to mention, like, that's the only complaint I heard about the cloaks, is the cloaks themselves are misaligned and not really set up with the proper stats or good stats at all in some cases, or that the blue ones are better than the purple ones and such like that. But listen, what do you do with your extra node currency besides sit there and stare at it and go, well, I guess I'm not really buying much of anything. I already got all the cloaks I need. I already got, what the heck else is there? Some like blue excavation kits? Green excavation kits?
No, I think honestly node currency should be directed towards social organizations. You guys, there's a big part of the stuff that we don't have. Like, take the cloaks, take that idea of the cloaks, put it towards social organizations, to where it doesn't matter what node you are part of. It's there for the social organization that could be across the world, right? And you can still gain some kind of currency, whatever it may be, for that social organization. I think that's the way to go with it, so that way it promotes that type of gameplay for something that people may not even do.
Yeah. Plus, it's a bonus thing. You can just randomly get a material you wouldn't have otherwise gotten, because you have all this leftover node currency and you're like, I don't really need it for anything, so why not?
If your argument, Vertex, is that if your argument, Vertex, is that you think that there needs to be more things to spend node currency on, I totally agree with that. Like, there needs to be more stuff to spend node currency on, build up node loyalty and stuff like that. I just don't know. And if it needs to be Gamba, sure. I just don't like the idea of the loot box specifically. Like some kind of reason, like sync for this kind of material or something like that. I just don't know if I 100% agree with with it being a loot box.
Well, I mean, my question on it is legitimately, why not? Because everyone says like, no. Like, how many people have you heard complain about the fact that we'll be able to gamble with the tavern games?
That's a completely different.
No, it's not. It's gambling. Except
Yeah,
you're actually
but, like,
gambling with currency in those, aren't you?
But the reward is different. So it's all in the
What do you
reward,
mean?
not
It's still
necessarily
gambling.
gambling.
Yeah, you're betting what you it's a tavern game. You're playing the game with against another person. You're putting what you're betting on the thing. It's not a hey I put the it's not a slot machine. It's playing Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, so like gambling itself isn't a
Sorry.
bad thing, but gambling as a loot box for reward for in-game items, I think, is a little weird or wonky. I think it all
Why?
depends on the reward, not necessarily the process. You know?
I have another question, real quick. With their systems, they're able to inform so many other systems, like, you know, what the currency or the current economy is in certain regions. What if the money / node currency that you put towards that item outside of drops is equivalent to that being spent somewhere else? So let's say you spent 50 gold worth of node currency, you get at least a 50 gold worth of item in that local economy as the lowest, and then up to something higher. Would that change your perspective on it?
Artificially pumping the supply of the node with like node commissions, but I don't know. I feel like it's impacting economy through RNG just by doing commissions rather than actually using the economy in the world with like actual materials in the world. So I think it's actually messing with the supply and demand of the world economy.
I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to surprise you with a little factoid here. The entire economy is based on RNG. The entire economy is based on RNG. All of it.
It's based on RNG because of rarity, because of like things spawning.
Because you may not find it. Yeah, exactly. Like the entire economy is already based on RNG.
It's a little bit more controlled though.
It's a little bit more controlled. It's a little more in your face. It's a little bit more in your face kind of thing. Here's the thing is like it comes back to like it's not about the gambling. It's about like the form that the gambling is taking, and the loot box like form is just a form that I don't know if I can get behind.
And
I think it's just the name, like loot box. They named it like gift box or like treasure box or random thing.
It's only controlled if players actually choose to not do shitty things. That's the only way. Like you're talking about, yes, I agree with you, Vertec. All the stuff that's done with the current economy is completely 100% RNG. The only way it's controlled is if the players, if it guilds, organizations, whatever it is, choose to set prices. So there is no true control over what you're going to do with the economy, because right now we've seen it. The economy sucks right now because individuals are hiking prices up because, yes, there are gold sellers and there are people duping stuff and getting things, but we've already seen what that kind of system has. It sucks.
I just want to add real quick.
Development is a moving caravan.
Development is a moving caravan. And I think while Vertec and I don't mind this, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And while, you know, you can say, don't interact with it if you don't want it. I think that if enough people don't like it and you give constructive feedback, not crapping on, you know, Intrepid for it, but if you give constructive feedback and you let them know why it doesn't feel good, why it bothers you, I think that is information that they're gonna want. And I'm not just advocating that to be like whatever, but like here at the tavern, we advocate for constructive feedback and thoughtful responses. And so I'm fine with it. I think it's fine. I don't think it's that big of a deal. If I don't want to buy one, I won't spend my money on that. If it drops, cool, whatever. I have a chance of getting a material that I wouldn't have otherwise had. And I think it's cool. I think they're trying something. And as they said on their live stream, the economy is being adjusted. It's not like it's the last time it might be adjusted.
I don't. Again,
go ahead. Something that Vertec might like that kind of like as a compromise, where you use your node currency to buy treasure maps, and then you go interact with that system and explore the world to go get that treasure map.
That'd be kind of cool too.
With more effort.
I kind of like the random bit though, to be honest. Like if I'm there because it's going to happen sooner or later, right? Like just imagine how often and for how many hours all of us here play video games, especially one that we love. It's going to happen. You're going to end up at a node a year down the road from now, or a year down the road after launch. You're going to have node currency coming out of your ears. You're going to buy everything that you possibly need from every single node. It's going to be an amazing system. Everybody loves how many things you can get. And now you're just like, what do I do? Or even halfway there, and you're just like, I'm tired of like buying cloaks and this and that and all these other useful things. I just want to spend a couple bucks to have fun real quick. Let me just buy one of these little loot boxy things and let's see what happens. Oh, I got a paper doll. Useless. Okay, oh cool, I got a thing. Oh hey, look at that. I got a hat with a flower in it. Or whatever the case is. Like, it's a random fun little thing that you can just pick up and do.
I agree with resource sinks, like I gold sinks and stuff like that. Like I like having something in the game to take up that kind of space. Like, hey, you have a bunch of the node experience, no node points, because that's what we're talking about right now. And you spend it on this thing. It's there to eat up that excess of that stuff. And then, like I said, like in the different forms and different forms that it takes, whether it's tavern gambling, whether it's hey, you have this treasure map and you go out and go find this one. Gift a sub.
No, Exiled cheered us literally 400 bits.
Okay.
Cheers, thank you.
Showed us his bits.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, sharing his bits.
But
Lloyd,
yeah,
keeping it.
I like
Thank you.
I like the idea of going out and the treasure maps promote world exploration. Go out, find this thing, find this treasure, dig it up, go out to the seas and lift up this treasure, sunken treasures or sunken treasure ship. Yeah, I just don't. Personally, I just don't like the idea of the loot box tied behind the loot box.
Yeah, but here's the thing with it. For one, it's just node currency, right? It's not real money. It's just not real money.
Yeah.
For two, Intrepid's never really, or at least I doubt anyway. I have severe doubts they're going to put anything actually powerful in them. Maybe useful. Like there might be a white or maybe a green sword if you get lucky. Ooh. Whoa.
I mean,
same thing. It could have just dropped.
Clarification.
It could have just dropped off of a mob as that item. I doubt they're going to put anything super strong in there because it's literally it's a gambling thing, right? And I'm sure they don't want to put something, because think about it. Steven complained about specifically that. Like there was a specific item that was in a game that he spent so much money on, and then they did something else with it. And like that type of play, like the random loot boxes and things like that, he's not a big fan of. So he's probably not going to make it like an uber strong thing. It might be a rare, hard to find cosmetic, maybe.
If it was just cosmetics, I'd be fine with it. If it was just cosmetics,
I'd be fine with cosmetics. I'd be fine with like little gift boxes where it's like little flowers for your house, like decorations and stuff like that.
Real
Like,
quick.
I'd be fine with that. Those kind of rewards. That's what I mean. Like, it's fine to have Gamba if like but it's all based on what the reward is, and I think that's where the argument really should be around. If it's anything that's like economy breaking or anything like that, I say no.
Real
Yeah,
quick, I have
exactly.
the poll up. I have the poll up, so while we're talking, you guys can vote. Sorry, go ahead.
Woo! No, I said my piece.
I'm
I think
gonna
it's
say
based on the
something really,
Yeah.
I don't know, it may be polarizing, but keep cosmetics to where it's monetized. Like, let Ashes get their money off of cosmetics, guys. Like, don't bring that into the game, but don't bring it into loot boxes. Like, why? Like, that's dumb, because then you devalue the cosmetics if they're going to be anywhere somewhat close to the same.
So-
You know?
I agree with the exception of.
Okay, you go ahead, Chippy.
I agree with the exception of the in-game achievable cosmetics. Please keep those in. I love those. They're supposed to be better than the buying ones. I can't wait to
Well,
earn those. But
yeah, the
That's it.
in-game achievable cosmetics are already better than the purchasable ones. So I mean, I don't know what else we have to do there.
If you say you're, unless besides ones that are tied behind a raid, so like I say they're the ones that are like just like go out and do this quest, or like hey, like go out and buy this thing. You have a transmog system. What if like the RNG loot box gave you a random chance to unlock one of the one of those cosmetics, and it filled out your vault of all these transmog cosmetics that you can pick from. and you have different rarities of these. I think that's 100% fine to do it that way. Like you said, don't do the store bought ones, and don't do the super uber rare. Like these are like you have to do this super like this event, this story arc, this raid boss to unlock kind of thing. Like have that stuff tied behind the achievement of going out and doing that thing.
Yeah. Also, I just want to put out there, because Austin says, I want the in-game cosmetics with shop being a different color. I don't want that. I want them to be completely different, because they're supposed to be the dye system anyway. So it wouldn't matter what color you get.
I want dyes.
Yeah, I want dyes so badly.
That too. Like you can have dyes. You can have dyes tied behind it as well.
I have a question. What if the random RNG loot box gives you like pots or dyes though? What if it gives you those things?
That's what we would have been talking
maybe
about.
Not pots because of the alchemy.
Well,
like
maybe
if it's an artisan thing, I don't think it should be in a random box.
Okay.
Again,
fair.
I don't like how it currently works with the pot. Dyes are fine. So like Lloyd was saying, like stuff that you put on your freeholder in your apartment, like in your house, like have stuff like that. Have like cosmetic items, like just like cosmetic items, whether it like be like wearable stuff or something like that.
Follow-up question then. Avoiding cosmetics, because some of us would rather be able to earn the cosmetics or buy them directly. I mean, sure, maybe you could have a chance, maybe a very, very rare chance of getting a cosmetic. But avoiding cosmetics and materials, then you would be fine if it was something like a dye or something.
I think Exiled has a nailed freehold decorations.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about, like freehold decorations, but like Chip was saying, like you prefer to earn that stuff. Like freehold decorations are fine, cosmetics are fine, dyes are fine fine to me. If you want something move away from the cosmetic stuff, like different currencies, I think I'd be fine with, but not stuff like that's like to a degree, but like
I also agree with Chibi where you're like, I don't want them to take away achievable cosmetics either. So
that's
like there's a balance in between. You can't just say like, all cosmetics. There's some nuance.
That's what I'm saying. Like don't do ones that are events and stuff like. Go ahead, Chippery. Sorry.
It's okay. I just want to say the point that I'm making isn't the fact that it's a loot box itself. It's what you're getting out of the loot box that you guys are kind of against. Am I understanding that?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. So Intrepid, in case that's helpful information for you, it's not the fact that it's a loot box. It's what is in the loot box that has some people. And Ludaloo here is saying I'm against the placement of them. So just in case that's helpful information for you, I just want to put that out there. But cool. I was curious, because for me, inherently, the point of it doesn't bother me. But I can completely understand what you get out of it is, subjective, what you would prefer. Cool.
I'm also just a big proponent in general of just no RNG. Like the life steal RNG is really bad. Just nerf life steal and make it proc. Like that's how I feel about a lot of systems in these games, is removing RNG, because then it becomes less about luck and more about skill.
Yep.
And I think that's really, really important to take forward.
Now, here's my question. If dyes end up being something that's done by an artisan, like let's say an alchemist can make dyes, would you then be against it?
It would be okay. It would be
so anything an artisan can make, please don't put it in there. And also apparently not materials.
Yeah.
So if you take out those things, what would be left to be able to put in there?
Nothing.
I mean that's the question, is like, what does Intrepid want to make that artisans can't make that will make that system fun? Like I think primarily I prefer just being able to be in the world and to make these things. There are people that like the Gamba boxes. I personally don't. I mean, Intrepid's gonna make their decision at the end of the day, but like it's about like what you can do for the system, or like what items you want in a Gamba system.
Sure. I noticed we have 5 minutes left on this topic, so any other thoughts? Go for it.
Honestly, I think it'd be pretty cool if there were just like relics with little bits of story lore on them, and that you could use them as freehold decorations, like just place them on countertops or whatnot in buildings, or
to go
have a garbage pile in the backyard and you literally just throw all those on top of it. You just have little bits of
You mean,
lore
like,
just laying in your backyard.
Trophies? Like player
Not like
that
trophies,
you
but
can
like
get?
little like I don't know, little like kids dolls and like broken pottery and things like that that'll have something inscribed or some kind of story on it where you're just it's literally junk. It's worth nothing, but it's gonna have little bits of story on it or like
Pin-up of a
runes that
pirate
you're just
somewhere.
barely able to decipher. Yeah, stuff like that.
I think flavor text is very, very important. I like the idea of flavor text for most things. I think going back to like promoting RP and stuff like that, I think flavor text is important to that.
Fair.
And having it to where like you can place basically a lot of stuff like, hey, this doll that I got from one of my very first quests in the game, like that was gifted to me from like a child that like I saved her mom from wolves, like, and having that like it mean nothing, but it's a placeable thing you can place on your freehold. I think that's also really cool and important. I'm a big proponent of environmental storytelling as well. Like I think that's a big, and I think it's good for the story of the world and also like RP as well. Environmental storytelling, like, hey, you stumbled in this cave with no context and there's a fucking a skeleton with a fucking sword through his chest, or like holding a sword and there's a dead ancient across the room. Like having that be there like with no context and you later out find out more about that. Like that, I think that's cool as well. To the loot box thing, having it to where like you find the treasure chest and it shoots out like the colored stuff that shows like what you got from that chest, I think is also like that's a part of that Gamba thing that I think people like from stuff that does that. So if you're going to implement it in for the treasure chest, maybe do something like that.
Real quick from Exiled, who donated, said, with the way this works in video games, the ideal situation is a compromise. You have a chance to get the item you want from a randomized loot crate, but if you put in more time and effort towards a specific activity, like crafting, etc. Crafting the item, doing a specific piece of the content that drops that piece, which should be more easily targeted, to be certain you'll obtain the item that you want. And I think that's fair.
There's always been a balancing thing there.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't like things that remind me constantly that I'm playing a video game instead of getting pulled into the world I'm trying to get invested in. Lore objects that we can keep would be a nice touch to the loot tables. I agree.
Yeah, lore items to like quest and loot tables and stuff like that, and like I think that loot box is another thing that like what he was saying. Like I think loot boxes kind of take me out of the world.
Okay, fair. Immersion breaking. I got it. Polls have ended. We got 75% yes, 25% no over on YouTube, 7 people, 47% no, 33% unsure, and 20% yes on Twitch. So I hear you guys. I do. All right. The next question we have is from Muffin Button, who asks, what's the thing you're looking forward to the most and why is it Summoner?
When I came into the game, when I went like back in 2017, like the end of 2016, beginning of 2017, I was just getting out of college, and I was basically saying that I said the next game I want to go into, I want to play a mage class, and the Ashes of Creation had a summoner, and summoners are always pet classes in general are always either super overpowered or super underpowered. There's no balancing a fucking pet class. They're either broken strong or just broken bad. So I was really looking forward to it. And then like as the years have progressed, I've become more of a cleric player. I've always been a cleric player, but I'm like more leaning towards cleric and stuff like that. So and like everyone and their mother wants to be a summoner. Especially after like solo leveling was popular as a manga, as a manhwa, and became an anime, everyone and their mother wants to be a fucking summoner. So I'm less and less in favor of summoner. The thing I'm looking forward to the most is the artisans. Is the artisan stuff. I think that feeds into PvP. I think that feeds into the PvE and stuff like that. So yeah. Both parts of
I think
your
I
question.
can guess Vertex.
Uh-oh.
Like biggest desire. It's probably gonna be a PvE system that works. instance dungeons and stuff like that. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wish.
yeah. I want more of the PVE stuff in there because currently everything is focused on PvP and it makes me cry.
Well,
I thought the PvP players would beg to differ to a degree, but like at the same time, like I agree with you.
I'll draw up an Excel spreadsheet if you wish.
No, I agree with you. Like the PvE has almost no low. Like the three world bosses that are in the game are not good. Like they're easy and their loot tables are like their loot they give are not great. And
everybody's like playing this tagging system where they just drop ranger traps on so that they can get the first tag so that they can try to get the boss. Yeah, it's currently not good. It's really not good. But that's also something where I think maybe it's one of those moments where we just need to be patient and just be like, okay, maybe PvE is one of the last things they do, because right now what they're doing is a lot of systems, right? So like they're working on the dynamic battlegrounds, they're doing the crate system, they're doing systems, they're not doing content. I think PvE is more content, and maybe that's why we just haven't reached that point yet. So maybe we just need to let them cook. But like, yeah, right now it sucks. Just
Well, how
blatantly.
about working on systems that actually touch both, like combat and the classes, like actually get those things done as a high priority, right?
I don't think you can balance PvE and create PvE content without actually first making the archetypes. I think that's part of the reason.
Honestly, go ahead if you have any.
You can't balance PvP if they're not done either.
You go ahead.
Just saying.
I've talked a bunch.
Okay. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to the story arcs. I can't wait for story arcs to get in, not just because I'm a PvE player, but that's the reason why I backed Ashes of Creation. And what Steven said gives me hope. I know Vertec was hoping for more than 10k people per server, but I love the idea that every server is going to be unique. And I'm so nervous when everybody was talking about like mega server, and I'm like, cool, now we only get one storyline. Great. And it like made me feel sad a little bit. I understood the sentiment, right? With the server meshing, you want to make sure that you feel like the world is alive and things like that. Who knows? Maybe after testing, Steven might be like, you know what, 10k might be a little low. Let's bring that up to 15k. But I still want it to be meaningful enough that there's enough different servers with different storylines, because honestly, that's the kind of content I want to make. I want to talk about the differences between the servers. I want to say our server did this, but Lloyd's server did that. And I want to say that, you know, while we were battling over here, Thoghli was trying to win over Dunehold. Is that the name of the yeah, trying to battle over Dunehold so that he could be the mayor of Dunehold. Like, there's so much love in that. As a D&D player, as a GM of Pathfinder D&D, Tales of Fablecraft, I love taking in so much of the player backstory and the immersiveness and the way that it reacts to you, and how every time I run the same like campaign, it turns out differently because the choices that the players make differs each time. I love that. And this is my rant, but this is what I'm passionate about from Intrepid. This is what I'm excited for.
I'm just sad that you said you're going to be on a different server than me.
Look, I just use that as an example because, you know, I could say Yokai, but it's the same thing. You guys are in the same Discord, same party at the moment.
Well, Lloyd, you are a rampant shoe thief, so
yeah, I don't want to lose my shoes
gonna be
to you,
problems
man.
there. Okay.
They're my shoes, and
Oh my god!
right now
look
they
at
smell
those
like
shoes.
Right now they're smelly Vex shoes. I don't know if you want those.
We don't discriminate against shoes. I will tell you that much.
But yeah, I don't know. Like,
okay.
my big thing is that there's so much talk about PvP systems and adding this in for PvP, adding that in for PvP. Now let's take the PvE POIs and turn them into PvP without any corruption possible in that zone for 3 hours of the day or 4 hours of the day, because the hour for prep will bring PvP scoundrels in who are just going to want to murder hobo the people who don't leave. So it's going to be all that cool stuff. But then when you're looking at PvE things that are being talked about, not even like, hey, we're making this, but talked about existing ever, is like, yeah, I mean, you're gonna be able to go to a dungeon or a raid and like fight with some peoples. You're gonna be able to go and like fight with other people to get a world boss. There's some instance content, but it's really not the greatest. It's not going to be real challenging. Not what you're thinking of from other games. It's going to be repeatable, but there's no rewards for it. But yeah, PvP is like, we got arenas, we got this, we got that, we got leader tables. Cheers.
Cheers to Nuke. Thank you, Nuki.
Thank you, Nuki. But it's like all these systems. Like, yeah, we got this, we got that, we got that, we got this, we got honor points, we got this, we got that.
I just wanted to build an emote.
All right, I'm done. That was my mini rant.
I think it's valid.
Has anybody not shared their thing that they're looking forward to the most?
Thoghli. Oh, and the Lloyd apparently.
Go.
Yeah, I pointed out Vertex. Go ahead, Thoghli.
I think I'm not looking forward to the most.
You are looking forward.
But I am looking forward to the most. Oh, yep. Well, that's easy. Everyone should know that by now. Reclaiming the freaking anvils, like that's the one biggest thing I'm looking forward to. And honestly, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be very, very blunt and open with this. Hopefully, I don't get a lot of flack. All right. Competitive guilds out there who are heavy PvPers need to learn to work along with role players, because the only way to sustain a healthy server is when you stop being competitive and shitting on the little people. Like, get over your chest banging and start realizing that there's more to it than just being competitive. Like,
hashtag little people matter.
You will never have a healthy server if you're always trying to shit on people and always trying to gang people. Like, do what you can to bring community to the game. Thank you.
Do you currently see that in the current environment?
No, I do not.
Okay. I wanted to make sure, because it sounded like you were attacking some big guilds, but I was like, I'm pretty sure we don't attack small guilds. Like, I really don't.
No, I'm trying to make sure that other guilds know that is something that they need to continue to practice. I did see it in previous phases. I did, 100%. And everyone who is here sees it, knows it, and we're not going to put out names. But in the future, these guilds need to realize that if they go back to previous ways that they've done things, it won't work for them. It won't. That's why guilds have died.
Right. Fair. All right, Lloyd, let's hear your actual take and not your take on Vertex take.
My take is I'm just really excited for archetypes and classes to come online. In general, like, my goal for Ashes of Creation is to do like PvP shoutcasting, and I just really love the idea of really digging deep into class and archetype mechanics and like how they work together, like good counters, and how to do that in small scale, large scale, whatever it is, and like start reviewing like PvP montages or like battles or node sieges, and start doing like macro and micro changes. And I think just having the classes exist and having their abilities exist and being able to theory craft, I think all of that is so much fun and creates so much content for me alone.
Yeah, I agree. And I want to point out something Exiled Ranger said. Sweats don't realize that PvE casual RP players are the lifeblood of MMORPGs. They're the last people to abandon games in this genre. And I want to add in, reputation matters in Ashes. The reputation you are building for yourselves right now, whether you are getting a repercussion for it now or not, will matter in the live game, at least a little bit. And let me tell you, we've been around since the beginning. This community does not forget.
No, they don't. They will hold a grudge forever.
They will hold a grudge. And I will say right now, on the 2.5 servers, the most active people I see are the hardcore people that are gonna try to keep going as long as possible. The brand new players who have never tested Ashes, at least up until this point, and the RPers. The RPers are finding content in random and unique ways that are interesting and fun and engaging. And it is said that, you know, often these people are what keep the MMOs feeling alive long after everything. It's one of the things that often, I mean, I think community often keeps people together I mean, if you have a good group of people that you're playing with and you're feeling engaged in that content, you're more likely to keep playing. As soon as that's over, you just find a different game. You're bored.
I want to touch on something that Thoghli said. Reclaiming
Yeah.
the anvils, your people abandoned that. It's now Tolnar land.
No. Look, we
Ooh,
didn't
those fighting
abandon-
words right there.
We did not abandon it. We were shuttled off of the lands because the gods thought it would be for our best interest to go somewhere else. We were forced practically to leave our homelands, all right? So if we didn't move, we died or turned into corrupt whatever. So
listen, the dwarves along with the rest of the races all decided they wanted to leave the Sanctus for safety, and they're the descendants of people left. Like Tolnar are the descendants of the people that stayed, like the true inheritors of Avira.
Yep. Also, all of this will be on YouTube, or is on YouTube, and will be available right after the live stream. So you can check it out there if you're missing any of it, thanks to these mandatory ads. Do you guys have anything else that you want to add to this, or shall we move on to the next question?
Next question.
I think we're good.
I guess just one actual thing to add on there is just the secondary archetypes. Yeah. As
Yes,
far
please.
as beyond just PvE, good PvE content, like yeah, I'm looking at secondary archetypes just so I can play around with them. Oh my gosh, can't wait.
Mm-hmm. Also, please don't click on Throther's accidental link. I don't know where that goes. Just as an FYI. Lloyd, your question is next, so I will let you introduce your own question.
Okay. So this is kind of for all the content creators. I wish we had some of the ones earlier as well so that they could kind of elaborate because everyone does something different. Do you have a niche in your content creation or in your play style? What is your particular niche that you find as a content creator within Ashes of Creation? Do you think others can step up with you in that space and compete and / or grow with you? And I guess I'll just start it off. I alluded to it just a second ago. I want to do shoutcasting PvP for Ashes of Creation. I've been having a lot of fun doing the Polar PvP tournaments. I want to see a lot more people create more events, more tournaments. I would like to see the PvP scene grow even further. It's pretty much all I want to do. I think PvP and like battlegrounds and like not instance PvP. It doesn't even have to be instance. It can literally just be dueling for caravans or anything like that. And I think some of that can just be shoutcasted as well. I think in-game systems can be used as like content in the world, and there's ways for like me to spectate and do all that. And I'm looking for more ways to do that, more people to grow with and do that. So if you are a PvP player and you enjoy doing those things, I would not mind if you guys sent me like VODs of your gameplay and I do VOD reviews of it. Like that's also another fun thing to do too. Like there's so
Real
much
quick.
stuff. Go ahead.
After you finish, I wanna do a shout out real quick after you.
Okay. Yeah. And so yeah, like I think just more leagues, more tournaments, more skirmishes, more VOD reviews. I think all of that is fun, and it will help not just Intrepid with like feedback, but it also help me with content creation because I'm a greedy guy. I like that. But yeah, I think that is probably the most thing, or like the most that I can do, and I think that's a fun niche, and I don't think it detracts from say Thoghli's like RP. Like I think we can both grow together, just doing our own separate things.
The reason why I want to do a shout out is Throther said, "Are you going to try and make your own tournaments a frequent thing, Lloyd?" Varian Blood Sport League ? And I wanted to say,
possibly.
Yeah, I wanted to say Lloyd actually invited me to come on to his most recent poll for the most recent Polar PvP thing, and that was really fun to be a part of. And I want to see more. But yeah, do you intend on doing your own stuff, Lloyd?
I mean, maybe like if the space doesn't have anybody like creating anything, if Intrepid's not moving forward with like battlegrounds and stuff, yeah, I'm gonna create my own content whenever I have the time to do so. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed that I'll always be doing that. It's just we already have kind of like somebody that's starting it. We even have the Aura, who is also doing their own like league thing, and I think that's really cool. I hope that it does really well. So I think there's a lot of openings in the space currently.
Yeah. Okay. Whoever else wants to answer, I want to go last because this is our channel.
I'll go. I definitely have a niche. It's very much something that I'm trying to learn how to navigate. It's very much like providing the story of what's going to happen with the dwarves when they do their thing, right? Throughout all of history in the Ashes creation spaces, right? So that's my niche. It's just storytelling, providing content as far as like overall, my end goal is to provide that 5 armies battle where multiple races fight each other for whatever reason. And I definitely think that people can like step up and grow with me in that space and maybe even compete a little bit, but it's going to have to take an understanding that we're not PvPers. Like there's a different end result for what we're doing. It's to tell a story, and it's a living story that's going to keep going. There's no real like winner. It's just we're going to see, what happens to the elves after they win and or lose their node. What happens to the dwarves if they win and or lose their area. Like that's what I'm trying to go for. So I hope that it can be told in a way and folks can view it in a way that is just engaging long term.
Yeah. You okay?
When I guess being a VTuber is already kind of a little bit of a niche. Like some people like it, some people don't like it. I get comments all the time, like some people are supportive about it, and then some people are always
Who's
like,
that anime boy?
Hey, who's that? Like Narc used to call me a cute wolf boy all the time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like some people think it's cringe. Some people don't like me. Don't like me because of that. Some people don't like me because I was envious. People don't like me because of a bunch of different things. My voice, way I talk, and stuff like that. Yeah, being a VTuber is a niche in and of itself, I guess. I'm the only one on here that kind of has that kind of thing going. I know Chippery and Vertex did that for a little bit, but like you guys kind of pivoted away from it. In terms of actual content wise, there's a lot of stuff I want to do. I'm still growing and carving out my niche. I've always considered myself more of a variety streamer. When it comes to content, I want to do cooking. I enjoy cooking and stuff like that. I enjoy mixology. I want to do more streams based on that. Ashes creation themed, right? Like I want to cook all the food that's in Ashes creation and stuff like that. Do real world recipes and stuff. Lore videos. Listen, actually, like Inuyasha was the inspiration. Inuyasha is one of my favorite animes. It's one of my favorite animes of all time, like if not my favorite anime of all time. And it was one of the primary like inspirations from when I made my character. That and Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo. But yeah, there's a lot of content I want to. A lot of diverse content I want to do, from guides to like I was saying earlier, like those more RP like recaps of wars that they go into, like say, hey, this is how this happened and stuff like that. I'm also a lore whore. I do enjoy lore and stuff like that. So I wanted to do stuff like that. But yeah,
nice.
I'm still carving out my own niche and like to do variety stuff. I want to do what I enjoy doing.
I just want to say, just because he's inspired by Inuyasha doesn't mean he reacts like Inuyasha. Okay, Toast. So Vertex, do you want to tell everybody like about our niche, or?
You go ahead. I'll follow up.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I feel like Vertex and I have carved out our own niche within the niche, which is why we are slower to grow, I think, in our opinion. And I'm sure Thoghli can understand, because that's also a niche within a niche. the other thing is, it's really hard to grow right now in general, right? And unless you're doing something super like everybody's looking for, news updates, etc. With the content that we do, we cover the weekly communications that the community is talking about. This is broken, this needs fixed, this isn't doing like as well as I wanted to, this doesn't feel right, I want this changed, etc. We love to cover those, but we do it from a lens of our opinion and our community's opinion, as you guys can see here. And it's something that I think, sure, if you want to step up and do it, that's fine. It's something that you can, obviously we invite people to grow with us, we invite them onto our stuff, we'd love that. But I think that being said, one thing I want to speak to the greater content creator community at is we all do things differently. We all make different content. And while we're all being content creators, we do it in our own unique ways that I don't think anybody is super like one-to-one indirect or directly competing with each other. There may be some indirection with, stream times, things like that. But that being said, if you don't know the Ashes Creation community, I guarantee Hoopsie has like 4 streams up at one time. I swear it. Like, y'all are some dedicated watchers, and
True.
we love us some like other streamers. Vertex often has other streamers up. I will have other streamers up while I'm doing work. We all support each other. And only 4? No, at least 4. But it's one of those things that like it's about how you consider things. And I think the Ashes of Creation community content creation space is so unique in this aspect. We encourage other content creators to come out and do their thing, and I think honestly, I love this. I love that. Like Vertec and I were invited into this community as baby streamers back in 2018, 2019. We were pushed up by the content creators that came before us, and we remain after those content creators have left. And I think it feels like our duty to kind of carry that torch of kind of friendship and pushing each other's content and just kindness towards each other, because we don't need to compete with each other. We all have our own strengths and weaknesses, and we all make content that are interesting in our own ways, and y'all love it. Y'all love your Ashes content. I have seen it. There's nothing to talk about with Ashes. If there's one person streaming, y'all are in there chatting. I saw it.
I do want to add, like, as the game grows, like, there's going to be more space for more people to come in and grow too. Like, right now, like, for the past couple of years, it's been dev live stream breakdowns and speculation for a lot of it.
Yep.
But, like, the game's playable now. Like, we're all finding our own spot and, like, having our own voice. We're not regurgitating, like, same thoughts, beating the dead horse like we used to. Like, it's growing, and it's kind of cool to be a part of.
Yeah,
I want to echo that. Like, competition's good. Like you don't feel like just because like someone else is doing like some like similar content, you can't like don't rip people's content off, obviously. But like, you can be doing the lore videos, you can be doing the crafting stuff, you can be doing the shot calling, shot casting and stuff like that. You can be doing the fucking RP stuff. You could be doing community based things. Like, it's fine to be like, there's like Lloyd is saying, there's plenty of space to grow for like multiple streamers. And like, because of where we are in the game, like now's a great time to come in and start growing your brand, becoming known within the community and stuff like that. Talk to the community, talk to people too. Like I was saying earlier, come in, talk to the devs and stuff like that. Get known. Like, that's how you get interviews with Steven and Margaret and people like that. That's how you get on and on to like all the different podcasts and get to know the different content creators and get your name out there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So people are supportive in this community, even though it doesn't seem like that sometimes. But yeah, it's a great place to grow, so definitely be here. The rising tide rises all boats.
Yep, that's a very old saying, and I appreciate it. Vertec, what did you want to add?
I think you kind of covered it, really. Like, yeah, we We're a niche within a niche because we don't really have like the super reactive like reactions to stuff. We don't dive headlong into the drama and talk about it. We don't call out giant streamers that have, you know, bad opinions, or not bad opinions, bad phrasing or bad takes on something where they don't have all the information. Opinions, I mean, you can have an opinion on something and we can disagree and that's fine, but if you have bad facts and you're basing your take on that, that's a whole different story. But we don't call them out and make a reaction video to it. We don't go outrageous. I'm not saying any of that necessarily is bad. That's just not our content. But that seems like what people want to see, so to say, is they want to see that like really expressive content. And I totally get that, but that's just not us.
Yeah.
We're more like the chill, relax, like tavern.
We've
chill
been
vibe.
here a while.
But,
We've seen things.
I'm still waiting on a Vertex crash out. I can't wait.
Hey, we got close when it was that freehold info. We got real close, especially me. I got real
one we've
close.
ever had. Yeah.
I was so close to a crash out there.
And for those of you that are newer to the community and didn't know what that was about, Vertex, do you want to share?
Yeah, there was for a while it was just there was nothing really specific said about the freeholds, about it being super limited. It was just freeholds are freeholds. They're great. You can do things, place them all around the world. You just gotta go and you buy the thing and you get the blueprint, and then you got to go do this and do that, and you can get different blueprints for different things on your freehold before you can go build it, and then you go build it and it's cool. And yeah, anybody who wants to put in the effort will be able to get a freehold. And then there was the first like big information live stream with the freeholds, and it was stated that they're going to be very, very, very limited, second only to the in node housing. And I think that may actually have changed. I think freeholds might be the most limited housing, and we were sad, especially me. I was so crazy sad.
We haven't seen since Alpha 1 how in node housing is going to work either. Like, so that is still on my I'm watching type of list, you know, like how is it actually going to work?
Yeah, but to me, like, I don't care about the in-node housing. Everyone else can have that. I want to have a tavern. We're the Golden Feather Tavern. What's a tavern without a tavern, you know?
To be fair, there are also people that said that they don't want a freehold. They just want an in-node housing. So there's content for both.
There's a lot of people that say they don't want to do anything with their freehold. They just want a freehold.
True. Which to those people, I say you don't deserve to have a freehold. Poor processors who don't get to have access to that. I would feel so bad for them. But I also wanted to add, like, I've been making some new type of content, and to speak to both Lloyd and Yokai's point, the most recent video that I made, the second most recent video I made, the first most recent is still not out for you guys yet, but is available to our subscribers, is a lore focused first, kind of like Lore Forges, but in a different way. We do it in a interactive way. You know, we bring the same feeling that Loreforge brings, because again, I want that to stay there. If Loreforge, if you guys come back, that's your spot. I'm not taking it. I don't want it. That's your spot. I might try your meals in our tavern, you know, but we're gonna have our own things, you know. So we just had a fight with Adobua for our most recent content, and then that became how to make a critical hit cocktail, right? So we're keeping it tavern themed, we're keeping it, you know, our stuff, but it's very reminiscent of Loreforge's, you know, Baron Chef foods. So just saying. That being said, the other thing I do is scripted content, much like our other CCs, but I have it from the lens of being a PvE player first before all other things, / artisan, you know. So I have an even different perspective on these things than other content creators, and I feel like you guys have told me time and again, speaking to our other content creators, you've encouraged me to not feel bad about covering something somebody else has covered, and that helps, because all thoughts are valid. We encourage you guys to give us your thoughts, even if somebody else gave us the thought on that already. I think that is pretty much the roles reversed.
Values the multiple feedback from multiple sources with different points of view and subjections. So like, it's not just helping your content, it's also helping Intrepid with like your point of view. So like, don't ever be afraid.
Yeah. So, any other thoughts on this before we go to the next one?
Nope.
No? All right.
No.
This one is from Hoovesy, Jose asks, how do you feel the population split with the PTR opening to all A2 testers? Will we see a rush of people abandoning 2.5 for PTR / 24/7 testing? And my answer to this really quickly is I think initially people aren't really gonna like there might be an initial rush to PTR, but that being said, your character is not getting wiped on Shol, at least not until August 4th. So if you want to keep that progression and you value that type of content, especially because the PTR will be down for certain parts of the time for the first couple of weeks, then I completely see people doing that. However, I also totally see people abandoning the PTR, the Shol server for the 24/7 uptime, especially because that's where all the new content is going. But I don't think that's a problem because, again, some people might prefer to stick with their stable, my character is always here. And some people might be like, let's go try some stuff. And I don't care if I have to redo this 20 times.
I think that Jibri said it right. Like, you're going to have people that want, like that more that MMO player kind of mentality, like, I don't want to lose my character kind of thing. Shoals, the PTR is going to be wiped fairly frequently. I think there's already, people are already kind of looking for, like, a reason to, like, people are kind of done with the phase. For the most part, I think people like collectively it hasn't been the best phase for Asher creation. They're in development, understandable, it's alpha. People are looking for that more focused testing, and them announcing, hey, we're going to no longer be updating the live servers is more reason for people to be step away from how things currently are. I think people will be going towards the PTR to do the actual, like, more focused testing and doing that stuff, wars and stuff like that. I think the PTR will bring in back people that are probably stepping away from the phase. So you will see, like, people, more activity on the PTR, I would hope, especially since they're opening up to everybody.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead, Lloyd.
Yeah, no, I just think they kind of announced in the last dev live stream that there's not going to be any more major updates. They're just heads down for phase 3. I think everybody else is like, you see this in like other games too, like Tarkov and stuff. They announced the wipe. If there's no more incentive to do like end of wipe stuff, people lose interest. It's normal. People will take their breaks. The guilds will be like, okay, take your break now because, you know, once phase 3 hits, we're going to be going hard at it again. And it's like, they don't want people to burn out. So like, you'll see people do like leveling runs. You'll see people be doing like heavy research, but primarily they're going to be doing research on the PTR and what's coming, what's new. And I think that's the crazy thing about Ashes is that people care immensely about like the very start of the server and how they're going to approach the start of the server and like how they're going to grow the server from there. Because it's going to be the most active, it's going to be the most fun, it's going to be like where you're growing everything. So I think it's just natural that it's going to be like that. Of course there's going to be the casual players that, you know, like, oh yeah, I'll just play when phase 3 hits, or like I'm just going to log in to like hit some trees and some rocks and stuff like that. And that's totally fine. I think casual players definitely deserve a spot on like the server, but we are the degenerates that have been following the game for absolute years. We are probably going to be, even the casual players amongst us are probably going to be more hardcore than the casual player at launch. So like, I think that's kind of another funny thing to just like touch on is like, even our casual players are still pretty hardcore. Like, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. By extension, I think they already are harder core.
Yeah.
Because they tested a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tech, somebody else, whoever's thoughts.
I mean, yeah, there's going to be a split. It's going to be for sure. But I don't care really too much either way if there is or not. I don't think it's going to really break anything or be a big nuisance or a bother in any way, shape, or form, as long as people recognize what, like, that there's a purpose for the PTR and it's not to be like preparing something for a live launch or anything. Just some of the comments that I'd seen and heard about people expecting Like they just dive in and even jump into the PTR and they complain about this is not ready for the Alpha 2 server. What are you talking about not ready for? Alpha 2 server is a testing server. Anything is ready for a testing server.
Yeah.
Like unless it's legitimately crashing everybody's game, it's ready for the testing.
Yeah.
So PTR is just like the first phase of testing things that are probably still broken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, if you think about it, at that time, I mean, PTR had less people testing than the actual live whatever server was currently live, like Shol, and you end up with these things where like it seems fine on the PTR, but as soon as you move it onto Shol, it changes, or somebody finds a bug that we wouldn't have otherwise found because there's just so many more people that are doing so many more different things than we are.
And there are so many different progression points. Like the PTR like grants you like all level 20 purple armor. Like nobody has that on live. Like you just
right.
Like some of it is just like, oh, how is this even going to be relevant towards like balancing? Like obviously Intrepid may not be working on balancing. They're just doing that to give us stuff to have fun. But like there's like some differences between like PTR and production, how things work with balancing and how players interact with it. So yeah, it can be immensely different from like one to the other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, just putting out those vendors to be able to go and like pick up armor and levels and whatnot immediately, it makes it so much easier to do targeted testing. Like today,
Yeah.
I want to go and I want to test doing this. Okay, cool. What character are you going to take? Because all of your characters are level 10 and you're going to get moited going anywhere near there with any of those characters. Oh, I'm going to go make a level 20 character, level 25 character. Just put some blues on it, because why not? Put some purples on it, why not? And I'm just going to go test it. And you can just go and do the thing that you want to see tested.
True.
I think it's going to be a little bit different. What I see, honestly, is all those individuals who left 2.5 are going to come back just for the PTR. And then the folks who are currently still playing for 2.5, you might see a good portion of them go test the PTR, do the testing, do what they need to do, and then come back. But that's about it. I don't think it's going to be like a true split. I definitely think that overall, once it goes full 24/7, you're going to have folks who are going to try and break stuff and do whatever it is you can. I know the minute I'm able to test the anvils, I know that's all I'm doing. So, I mean, I get it, but I'm just, it depends on what they're wanting to test, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dynamic gritting.
I think I really, dynamic gritting too. Like someone said in chat earlier, like I think people were when they're talking about testing and stuff like that. Like the idea behind like PI, the testers beforehand, even people that have bought into testing, like more newer thing, like their idea of alpha was more focused testing and stuff like that. So I think they're looking forward to the more of that, like everything they've said that they want to do with PTR now is kind of, I think what everyone was kind of like hoping PTR testing was. So like it's a step in the right direction for that. And I agree with what Lloyd said is like the server is basically so like you have a month of the server left and they've basically said like no more updates. I think people are gonna, I think that's already kind of like that
Major updates. Yeah,
no more major updates. I think that's already kind of like the nail in the coffin for the server for a lot of people. People are still gonna play, right? Like I'm not saying it's gonna 100% die, but I think that's a trigger for people to like instead of like it's something that says like, hey, there's less and less of a reason to log in.
The
Yeah, I'm
last
pretty
thing I want
sure
to add
a
to
lot
this.
of us. Sorry, you can go, but I do have something.
The last thing I want to add to this is that the play experience anybody who is on Shol will receive is going to be vastly different than when the live servers launch again for phase 3. So for those of you that are casual and are enjoying this casual experience, just be ready, by the way, just a heads up.
It's gonna change.
It's gonna change dramatically. So enjoy it while you can, and that's not a threat. That is genuinely they literally have. They literally have.
2.0.
I'm pretty sure everybody here has experienced the old PTR testing and like the pre-alpha testing where we did just run across server borders and you know, get on our mounts and run across server borders.
Yep.
So it's not
This
all
is
fun and
exactly
games
it.
when you go onto the PTR. Just a heads up, like these tests,
Yep.
and they will like just straight up kick you out of the server if you just start doing stupid stuff like
Yep.
not
Or
intended
anything
for
other
the
than what was
PTR.
being
Not
tested
listening.
specifically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So make sure you're listening, make sure that you're trying to follow the directions, make sure that you're trying to do the right stuff and make the game better when you're on the PTR. Otherwise, I would just say go on the 2.5. But yeah, like some of this stuff is really fun. Like when we first started and like I thought, you know, like I got the first look at the PTR and I was like, oh, I've been following this game. We're doomed. Like I was a full-on doomer when I saw the networking and how like none of us could like run across the server border without disconnecting or just like running into an invisible
rough.
wall. Like it was rough. But like here we are now, and thank God like that 3-day test happened, and I was just like, oh, thank God. Okay, this is the game I was following. Okay, not
Good
not
times
the
and
previous
stories there, though,
iteration.
for sure.
Yeah, there's Mayor Firebrand.
Mayor
Mayor
Firebrand. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
That was such a good time.
That was
Yeah.
great.
Oh, I missed
I
that.
wish we could. Yeah, no, I was there. It was great, and I wish we could show it to you, but we can't because it's under visual NDA, as the other is saying. I actually,
Yes.
my
Reminder,
follow-up
yeah.
to this.
That's worth like
What
the
is-
75th reminder for everybody. If you're getting
Yes.
in new, remember it's a visual NDA. You can talk about stuff. Do not show anybody anything.
Yes. And my follow-up question to this, it's meant to be a speed round question if we are done talking about this one, so we can maybe add one more question in. What is one tip or suggestion you would give to somebody who is joining PTR for the first time outside of the PTR is under NDA for visual stuff, so please don't take photos or stream it.
Man.
But outside of that, what is one tip or suggestion you would give a newbie?
Ooh, just play the game. Honestly, explore the world, die a lot, get used to how like XP debt feels, and you'll start to realize that like it's not really a big deal. I'd say for people that are afraid of open world PvP, please run around, do caravans and stuff like that, and see how much PvP actually is in the world. I actually think it's less than what the average person expects. I think it is a good learning experience and a good understanding of like how the world actually functions. Like I've seen a lot of people on Reddit like where they're like, oh, it's a PvP game, I'm not sure if I'll enjoy that. It's like I even talked to Chibi and she can just speak for herself on how she feels about it. Like when I was telling her previously, like I don't think it's that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get wiped. Don't take it like too super seriously, but yeah, don't listen to the dev. Like if we're doing focus testing, listen to the devs. Don't just kind of like ignore them or like something. That's a good way to get banned. People have been banned over that stuff before. Honestly, there's 3,000 people coming in. I know most people that already are doing testing don't do this. Report your bugs. Don't be like, oh well, someone else is gonna do it. Report the bugs. Do all the things that you can to help fix the game. Give feedback. Not enough people go on the forums and give feedback. Like that's the entire purpose of what the fuck we're doing. That's the entire purpose of the alpha, why we're testing and stuff like that. Give feedback. Report bugs. Be critical on the game. Honestly, and
Lovingly critical.
Lovingly critical. Don't be a doomer. Don't go in there and just say like, "Hey, this is ass."
This sucks, yeah.
Desert's not real, dude.
Say why you don't like it, why you don't like the system, and how you think they can improve it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do that, and
Help
don't
them out with information.
Don't go in there and just throw in unrealistic expectation. Like, hey, this is what I would like to see. If this is my dream MMO, like this is what I would like to see, kind of thing. Like, give feedback on the systems you're seeing, and here's another thing. Don't if you don't like the class, how the class, like this is an example. If you don't like how the classes are currently working, then give feedback on how the classes are currently working. Don't give like, oh, we gotta wait till we see the secondary archetypes. We gotta wait till we get this and this. Like, give feedback on what you're seeing currently. Don't wait till another system comes online.
I gotta say something for Jamie Chaos and Richie SH. Don't just call it, oh, it's an alpha, they'll fix it. No, give feedback.
Yes, 100%.
Yep.
Yep.
Those two get the most tilted over somebody saying it's just an alpha, bro. And you're like, I know I'm giving feedback. Shut up.
Yeah, same here. I hate hearing people say like, it's just an alpha. Oh, we gotta wait till we gotta wait till artisanship classes come in. We gotta wait till this and this. No, give feedback based on what you're seeing, what you have now.
Yes. Thoghli, what is your tip?
If you're a solo player, get with groups. If you're a group player, do things solo.
I was gonna say the alpha, the PTR, these are perfect times to be reckless. And I'm not saying go red and stay red. I'm saying try something you don't think you would try. See how PvP feels, see how caravans feel. And to speak to what Lloyd was talking about earlier, for those of you that may not know, I was terrified to go anywhere on the world by myself initially. I had this idea that I was going to immediately be murdered by any player because it was open world PvP, and I was terrified. I had no idea how I was going to feel about it, and I think I voiced it to Lloyd that I was like just going to be murdered every time. I had to always be in a party. Cut to a month or two into testing, and I'm running from Miraleth all the way to New Ayla by myself. And it's just it's one of those things where if it feels scary, try it anyway, because the PTR, with how many wipes there's going to be, it's not going to matter. If you are terrified to go and try PvP, your character's going to get wiped. If that's what they're testing, do it. Don't feel any connection to it. And I think that you guys have some great conversation within, and I see you guys. I see you talking about making a chibi hit squad. Don't think I don't see you. Just because I'm not responding to it doesn't mean I don't see it. Okay. But like you guys
like those
also
people that don't
some...
report bugs.
Yeah. But you guys also you had some great thoughts that you were sharing at the beginning of it, and I want to implore you to be adventurous and to be brave and to try something that you would not try in a live Shol test. And I think that the same thing happened to me with Lawless. I was terrified of Lawless. Once again, I was like, as soon as I step foot into the threshold, I'm dead. And then I ended up playing so much, obviously more so with groups in the Lawless zone. But I just... It was murdered. It was murder everywhere in front of me, and I was scared, and I was pretty sure my head was going to be on the stake as a sign of do not enter, murder ahead. But it's not really that scary, and this is supposed to be fun but also important. And if it's not a system that you would normally take part in but you want to try it, then that gives you fresh perspective and perhaps different perspective, because again, Vertec and I are primarily PvEers in a PvP world at the moment, and our take is going to be very different than Lloyd's and many other PvPers.
Yep. And actually,
make a
real
video
quick...
about that PvEers in a PvP world.
Yeah, exactly.
Your opinion's
Let's
different than my opinion. How dare you?
How dare you? Yeah, Mr. Noobtastic, all of Intrepid tried to pit Chibi and I against each other in some of those streams.
Yes.
They encouraged. No, I don't want to say it that way.
Abuse.
It actually sounds bad, but yeah, they actually were asking us individually to jump on the other side. So there's that.
Did you guys fight each other in opposite node sieges on the PTR? Nice.
Yes.
Yep. We tried to stay on the same team, but every once in a while there was like, we need one person to volunteer, and nobody would cricket. So one of us would be like, okay, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. You get on there, exactly. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to come up with one tip really, because especially there's been so many things that other people have said, like just say hi to other people. I mean, for crying out loud, I spent an hour and a half running around with a brand new tank in the game who hadn't played, like they just started that day. And they hadn't played tank in any other game before, and I spent an hour and a half just running around. It may have been 2 hours, I don't know. I lost track of time. Just we ran around and I showed them all sorts of different things and whatnot, because they were soloing. Lex. And like there's definitely the don't get attached to your character, because it will be gone. Just do things. Just do things. But I guess to sum it all up, like the one tip is just remember it's an alpha, and especially in the PTR, it's an alpha that's going to last a handful of days or less. So
a couple of weeks.
Do the things, test the stuff. Don't worry about your character being deleted, because it's going to be. It's going to be. And especially if you can start a new character and you know, get a boost up on the PTR and get gear for it, you can just go and try the things. Just dive right into it. So try all the classes, get to know who you're fighting, get to know who's trying to fight you and what their skill looks like when they're charging at you, and what's that even mean? Oh, it means that they just increased their power by 7,000%. You should probably run. But you wouldn't know that unless you played that character or that class, right? Or architect, sorry.
True. Do you guys want to keep this
classes.
Soon classes, soon. Do you guys want to keep this part open and keep chatting, or do you want to go for like a lightning round for this one last question?
I'm down for a lightning round.
We have about 10 minutes.
I'm cool with a lightning round. I don't know, but I don't have anything else to add.
Lightning round. Question from Penumbra. With temporary PvP zones popping up in PvE areas, will temporary PvE zones pop up in PvP areas, or is Ashes leaning away from PvX and towards PvP? What are your thoughts?
I don't think they're leaning away from PvE to go to PvP, but like you have peace and you have war, so normal flagging corruption systems work in there, and then you have the hey, I remember like a flagged lawless zones pop up, so there's that.
Until we get more PvE, this game is going to be labeled as PvP.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think PvX is a lie.
I support. That's the goal, but that's not the current state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Maybe I have a different opinion than you guys. I think it's leaning into PvX, because you are going to be doing PvP in a PvE area for PvE drops. So I think it's leaning in towards PvX. I think they are removing PvE elements of just PvE, but I don't think that's the intention for the game. So like I think they are going towards their intended direction. I think this is exactly what Intrepid wants to do. And by doing so, you're doing incentivized PvP. And so it seems more like a PvP system, because it is incentivizing it and de-incentivizing. Well, it's not even de-incentivizing PvE. It's just de-incentivizing guaranteed PvE
protection,
like without the threat of PvP, you know? So like I think it is leaning in towards their goal, and I understand there's a lot of people upset with that, and I don't know, I'm sorry. I think that's just how it is.
Vertec, do you have a thought? Vertec? All right, I'm gonna go. Vertec can go after I'm done. I think I'm gonna use Steven's own words in this response, and that is, sometimes a world boss will be spawned in the middle of a lawless POI, and sometimes it will not be. So to answer your question of if I think PvE can pop up within PvP's areas, I think the lawless zones will remain lawless. Yeah, Vertec is not here. I think the lawless zones will remain lawless, but I think that I think that PvE will still exist within PvP areas, because if an area is lawless, but then a world boss pops during that time, I think it would flock a lot more people there to try and fight over said world boss, compared to if a world boss was not up. But that is all I got for that answer specifically. Yeah, his ears died.
Yeah, I do want to say, while Vertex is getting his stuff ready, I always think and have always thought that world bosses should be kind of like a lawless zone, or like corruption should be nerfed around world bosses, at least, or like some form of that, because it's so highly contended over, and trying to grab just a tag doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think these like highly contentious things should be fought over, and they should be PvP enabled. I still think obviously XP debt and other negative punishments should be attached to that, because otherwise you're just respawning towards the thing and just throwing your body at it. But yeah, I think these types of things need to have PvP enabled, whether you are a PvE player or not. And eventually there will be PvE exclusive instance dungeons, and I think those are also important. I think having competitive PvE is also a really important part of this game. I just don't think like world bosses are something that should be like that.
Before Vertex responds, I just want to say I definitely disagree with the idea of lawless always around a world boss. I really dislike that idea as a PvEer, but I won't get into it. Vertex?
Yeah, so I could go on this topic for hours, but
yes,
the reason that I would agree is not necessarily because of this one thing, but because this is another thing. This is yet another thing. Like there's the thing that Steven likes to say is, hey, it's going to add those points of soft friction. Well, if this isn't hard friction, I have no idea what the heck hard friction is, because this is literally saying we're going to take a PvE point. We're going to make it so nobody gains corruption and give it better rewards. This is the hardest of friction that there is, in my opinion. And when everything becomes PvP, it's a PvP game. Like, look at any other game that's touted as, you know, one of the most long-standing PvP games. Its system's very similar to this. It's not a PvX game anymore, because there's not, like, in my opinion, there's not as much reward for doing the PvE as there is for doing the PvP. Because PvP, you enjoy PvP just because you enjoy PvP. PvE, like, if I just want to walk around and kill level 1 goblins as a level 25, that's PvE. It's not enjoyable PvE. I get no fulfillment out of that. I get zero fulfillment out of that. If I want to be a PvP player that just goes around and slaps anybody because it's a lawless zone and I can get away with it, I mean, that's the kind of life people live for in PvP. Like, there's contest, and there's things, and there's reasons to go and fight against other players, but half the time PvP people don't need a reason. They just like to play against other players. Well, PvE players don't necessarily need a monetary reward. We just need worthwhile PvE things to do. And if there's nothing to do, like, PvE is the risk behind every reward in the game. Why can't PvE be a risk behind some rewards in the game?
This is not turned into a lightning round.
Yeah.
I'm in support of PvP. I having the lawless zones around the fucking world bosses and stuff like that. Like I've said before, like Lloyd was saying, like, it's just like until, like someone said in chat, until they add instanced dungeons and raids, like actual like fun instance and dungeon raid content, the game's going to PvX. PvP. I think PvX is a lie. Really and truthfully, like if you say if you play PvX, most times in PvX games, the PvE content is brain dead and is just an objective for PvP. So I can't, like, while I as a PvP player as well enjoy raids and stuff like that, and I'm 100% willing to play those kinds of games that are just raids and stuff like that, PvE games, Ashes is not currently shaping up for that. Not to say that it can't become that. But currently, like, yeah, it's majority PvP, and I don't 100% see it pivoting from that anytime soon. Sadly, for the people that are here for like that kind of content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, 1-to-1, false. That's all I'm gonna say. False. We've had Yokai on many times.
What?
Yokai is AI. Guaranteed.
It's not real.
What about Thoghli? Thoghli's quiet over there.
Thoghli apparently is taller sitting down than standing up, according to Double.
Hey, look, I
What's a
keep
double?
telling
Yeah.
folks I'm a dwarf, but whatever. They don't want to listen.
Yeah.
Look, just don't PvP or PvE, guys. Like, if you want to make it true PvX, I get that, but make it an option to do that. Don't force us to have to engage in PvP just because we want to go do a raid boss. That doesn't.
Yeah.
That does not really give into that choice, that player agency, and that big part of Ashes where risk versus reward comes into it. It's if you're just trying to make a situation where PvPers want to be able to kill each other around bosses, well, they can still do that now as long as you flag up, defend it, kill each other.
Mhm.
You have that option to do that. But the people saying that there's no way to do that, that's wrong. What it is you don't want the hard decision and the aspect of, well, if I flag, other people can kill me too. Okay, it's the same thing as putting a lawless zone in. You can choose to flag. Everyone still has the opportunity to do that, but don't force those who are looking just to do bosses to go in to an area where it's a wild west scenario. No, that's wrong.
And to add on to that, sorry, real quick. So to add on to that and make it even more so a point is the risk to going against a world boss is that you're going to have PvP coming against you. The reason people want it to be lawless is so that the PvP players don't face the risk of corruption.
Exactly.
Why is that correct? Why is that the right approach? Why is that a thing?
So this is actually what I was going to bring up is like, that's fair. I think if you want the open world to have the actual risk and get rid of like the lawless zone where there is no risk of like corruption or losing that stuff, I think in that sense you have to nerf corruption or increase like supply of materials and crafting. There has to be a balance in order to make that a gameplay loop. And if it's getting rid of lawless zones and decreasing corruption, increasing gear and economy, I'm all for it. If you're going to make corruption completely unviable to like where you're in a very scarce world and you are spending 50 hours to get a rare sword and you are risking corruption on wasting another 50 hours to get another item that you may drop, it's not worth it. The risk is not worth the reward ever.
I have a very big platform to kind of jump on top of this. Like,
yeah,
After that, I want Yokai to be able to answer.
Okay, there is something that we're missing and we're forgetting right now. The content that's supposed to provide these PvPers the big opportunity to do these raid bosses is in the ocean. We don't have ocean content fully laid out right now. So when we're talking about Krakens, we're talking about bosses and underground things that you're supposed to be able to do, that's not in. So currently, they don't have a way to go do PvP without the risk of getting corruption because the area they're supposed to be doing that in isn't fully out right now. So that system will be in Ashes of Creation. It just means you have to go to the water. And why is that a problem?
I don't think here's the thing is I like I said, I have repeatedly said I enjoy PvE and PvP content. I enjoy like instance raiding and it's like actual fun instance raiding and stuff like that. If we're talking about open world bosses like Tumok and Firebrand and whatever the fuck the Scorpion's called, Mother or something, I don't feel like those are good PvE content. Like I don't think I also don't think those are PvE content. I don't think those are PvE content made for PvE players. I think those are objectives, honestly, to incentivize people to fight over it. And I think that's why I'm saying like, hey, I want that stuff to be make that flow all zone around those bosses because like I think that's the objective behind it is that that content's made for people to fight over. So have people fight over it without like this weird, without like not fighting over it, like without having to think of like all these different ways of just screwing the other person over a bajillion different ways without the actual like the actual like fighting going on. And then bitching at each other like, oh, you didn't flag up, or like you did flag up, or you like do corruption baiting 1,000 different ways. I want good, honest PvE content to be in the game. Do not get me wrong on that. But I just don't feel like Firebrand and Tumok and all the other world bosses are like that. I think they're fake PvE content that's there to just be an objective for PvP. So that's where I am on those things. I don't want to take PvP. I don't want to take PvE away from the PvE players, and I don't think the PvP's like really there either right now. I think that's what they're doing right now. It's like
I also agree. So
yeah.
I think there's a lot more PvP systems that still need to get implemented that will give PvPers an out for their type of content. And there's a lot more PvE systems that, yes, I was getting there. There's a lot more PvE content that is also waiting to be incorporated that will give us an out for our PvE. But I think that, you know, this game is obviously still in development, however long it takes them. The primary core base of this community has said, take as long as you need, as long as it's quality content. We don't care. And we understand that for a lot of the new people coming in, it can be really hard to handle like the wait. We get it. We've been waiting for as long as we have. But I think that we want them to get it right. We don't want them to get it rushed. And I think that personally for me, I love the changes that they made to the PvP flagging. I think that answers a lot of issues from both sides, and I can't wait to test it. I can't wait to see how this feels, because in my mind, the way that it sounds, it's great. In practice, it could be worse. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we are here in the last 3 or so minutes of the thing, and I want to make sure we give time to everybody to do one more major shout out of your content. Thank you so much for staying with us and sharing your thoughts for another at least 90 minutes. So we'll start it off with Lloyd.
Yeah. So I kind of already gave the spiel with Lloyd and everything. Do you want to have a conversation further on like all this stuff? I'm definitely open to doing so. I will be moving across the country in like less than 2 days, but whenever I get a chance, I will get back to you and we can have a conversation about anything, everything. I try to be reasonable with both sides. Like I understand people have varying opinions, and I'd love to hear your perspective, and if you can come up with like a logical reason, I'll definitely change my opinion. But yeah, that's kind of it. So thank you guys for having me. I love you, and hope to see you guys soon.
Thoghli?
Alrighty, guys. So I'm not gonna do a roleplay one. If you guys, if you guys want to know where I'm at Thoghli everywhere, and or Dunehold everywhere. It's Twitter, Twitch, Discord. You can always reach out to me. I don't really do YouTube too much. A lot of my stuff is in game on Twitch, so that's a place to follow my content. But other than that, if you guys are looking for a solid dwarven experience that can show you guys some story, that you can see a different perspective in what Ashes is going through, come on by and visit me, and we can get into some good lore. Maybe I could roleplay with you if you decide to come onto the server and hang out with me. So come on by.
Yes. Yokai?
It's your local Twitch stream, VTuber for Ashes of Creation. I am, like I said it before, Twitch, YouTube, basically anywhere that says Yokai Theater is me. Except for in game because someone stole that name. I have a good idea who it was too. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas that I want to do. Lots of new content coming out in terms of both Twitch and YouTube. I have a new model that I'll be showing off here hopefully pretty soon. And that'll be my new permanent model. I do like I said before, me and Lloyd are both writers for Icy Vein. I do cleric stuff. He does rogue stuff. I recently joined Polar. Come if you're looking for a guild, there are tons of great guilds out there. Don't only distract you from that. Like, there are tons of great guilds for all different walks of life. Get in the game and start like communicating with people and join a guild. It's a very community based game. If you're looking for a hardcore competitive PvP guild, Polar's always recruiting in there. So come on, join, hang out. Even if you're not wanting to join the guild, like they're running events all the time and stuff like that. So, I think that is literally everything that I can kind of think of.
Okay. Vertec, do you want me to do our thing, or do you want to do our thing?
Go ahead and do our thing. Which
All
one?
right.
Which thing? All the things?
I guess. The shout out part of our stuff.
Oh yeah, do the shout outs.
Okay. Well, if you guys like our content, Vertec is clearly distracted. If you like our content, you can follow us on Twitch and YouTube. We are live quite often. We do these summits every once in a while, although the last bit of this year, the last technically half of this year, we'll have a total of 3. This one and the next one coming up is PvP oriented. But basically, we like to do this type of content where we bring on different people. Usually our podcast is 1 to 2 people, and our tavern talks are open to the community and are a great time to share our thoughts and ideas, and all of us together can give our thoughts on things in a very chill, relaxed, kind of like this bonus part was. But I wanted to give another shout out to AOC Nexus, just because that's something that we're going to start promoting more. If you guys, again, don't know what AOC Nexus is, thank you, Sasquatch, for the follow, as well as Bosun. Then AOC Nexus is a place where you and your guildies can combine together, and you can join your guild there, or you can apply to join a guild there, and guild leaders can manage their guildies and see what types of professions their guildies have, as well as a plethora of other resources to come for both sides. So yeah, and if you really liked our content and you really want to help support us, consider giving us a like, subscribe to our YouTube, follow us on Twitch, and if you want to help us run the tavern, because all of this takes time, effort, and money, you are welcome and appreciated for donating, subscribing on Twitch, being a member on YouTube, joining our Patreon, joining our Discord. We have all sorts of avenues that fit your budget. And Hosey, cheers! Thank you.
Cheers.
Big dubs.
So yeah,
Mm.
that is the last of my bubbly. I will say tomorrow we're doing our guild hangout with Nexus Gaming. Not to be confused with AOC Nexus. So cheers, and huzzah to Hoovsy. But then on Tuesday, we're doing a community hangout where we're going to all get together and do things. So I don't know what we're doing on Tuesday besides doing a bunch of wheel spins and hanging out with you guys. But yeah. Also, we are getting closer to 1K on YouTube. So if you are not following us and you want to see our content over there, go over there. There's some content that's
Like,
only
comment,
there.
subscribe.
Right around the corner. There's literally
Right.
content right now. It may
I
have
kinda
gone
wanna say
live
something.
today.
It's funny watching Yokai drink because his model doesn't do the drinking animation. He just opens his mouth. Just
Mm-hmm. Smash
that's
that
great.
bell. Exactly. Vertec, you gonna do our end thing?
Yar. So everybody, thank you everyone, especially the 3 of you that joined us for this long, sitting in a chair, just chatting away with us and having such great opinions, be they in agreement with ours or not. We especially love them when they do not agree with us, because you never know what you don't know until somebody else tells you something that you didn't know.
Right?
And or another viewpoint, another way of looking at things. So it's always very valuable. And you peoples are fantastic. Thank you everybody who's hung out with us as viewers and chatters. You guys kept us highly entertained as well while we were sitting here entertaining you. It has been a give and take, so that's always amazing. Check out every single one of these lovely people that hung out with us all day long. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do this here in case somebody has not seen it yet.
Oh.
I'm going to do that. Did you already do that?
I just did that.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. You're going to get it again. You should definitely check them out. There's all the links. Give them a like, follow, subscribe, all the free stuff at least. If you like what they've had to say today, or if you don't, again, check it out. But we're about to set ourselves up with a raid over to Wraithcrawler. Give him a little bit of company here.
He's testing out on after the hearts of Lloyd over here. He's testing out, I believe, Rogue.
Ooh.
I think that's what he wants to main. So,
working on that guide.
Working on that guide.
Keep an eye out. I also want to say thank you so much. We hit our sub goal, so cheers. We got to 150 subs.
What the heck? Yeah, man, I can't cheers anymore with alcohol. This one's empty. Here's some water.
Cheers. I do want to just give a quick shout out to Zybek's recent Rogue video. It was really good, really well detailed. It's actually including a lot of the stuff that I was already planning on putting in my guide. So if you haven't watched Zybek TV's Rogue in Advanced Guide, you should probably go do that.
Here. All right, everybody. Again, thank you so much. Time is always your most valuable commodity. You only get so much of it. Once it's spent, it's gone. You'll never get it back. You do not get change. So thank you for spending it here. We'll catch you around next time. Till then.
The food at the tavern is people.
The food at the tavern is not people, I promise. Just don't look at the kitchen. It's a mess. It's a mess. All right, everyone. Take care. Have fun. Bye.
Bye.